Agradecemos a las
We'd like
delegaciones.
to thank the delegations.
Vamos
We are going to
a iniciar la
start
ceremonia de
the
inauguración
opening ceremony
de la 66ª
of the
reunión de la
66th
mesa
meeting of
directiva
the presiding
de la
officers
Conferencia
of the
Regional
Regional
sobre la
Conference
Mujer
on Women
de América
in
Latina
Latin America
y el Caribe.
and the Caribbean.
En primer lugar,
First
entonces,
of all,
hará uso de la palabra el secretario ejecutivo
the
de la
Executive
CEPAL,
Secretary of
señor José
ICLAC, Mr.
Manuel
Jose
Salazar.
Manuel Salazar, will address the audience.
Muy buenos días a todas y
Good
todos.
morning, everyone.
Estimada Ingrid
Dear
Gómez
Ingrid Gomez
Saracíbar, jefa
Saracíbar,
de
head of the
delegación de
delegation
México,
of Mexico,
país anfitrión
host
de la
country
16ª
of
Conferencia
the
Regional sobre la Mujer
66th Regional
en
Conference on
América
Women in Latin
Latina y el
America and the
Caribe y
Caribbean, and
vicepresidenta de su mesa directiva,
Vice
estimada
President of its presiding
Yarasi
officers table, dear Nyarasi
Gumbos-Banda,
Gumbos-Banda,
secretaria general de las
UN Assistant
Naciones
Secretary
Unidas
General
directiva
and Deputy
ONU
Executive
sobre
Director
Mujeres,
of UN Women,
estimada María Noel Baeza,
dear
directora
Maria Noel
regional
Baeza,
para las
Regional
Américas y el
Director for the
Caribe ONU
Americas and the
Mujeres,
Caribbean of UN Women,
estimada Ana
dear
Guesmes,
Anna
directora de la
Westmes,
División de Asuntos
Director of
Públicos de la
ICLAC's
CEPAL,
Gender Affairs Division,
señoras ministras y
mm,
representantes de los
uh,
Estados miembros de la
ladies and
CEPAL,
gentlemen, ministers and representatives
licenciada
of the member
Cintia
states,
Quesada
dear
Hernández,
Cynthia
ministra
Quesada
de
Hernandez,
Condición
Minister of
de la
the
Mujer de Costa
Status
Rica,
of Women of Costa
país
Rica,
que celebra su
Vice Chair
presidencia en
of the
mesa
Bureau
de la
of the 69th
69
session
periodo de sesiones
of
de la
the
Comisión
Commission on the
la
Status
Condición Jurídica
of
y Social de la
Women
Mujer,
on
por designación del grupo
the
GRULAC.
appointment by the GRULAC
Señoras y
group.
señores,
Ladies and
representantes
gentlemen,
de los
representatives
organismos, fondos y
of
órganos
the
del sistema de
agencies,
Naciones
funds,
Unidas,
and programs of the
de los
United
organismos
Nations system,
multilaterales de
international
cooperación,
and cooperation
estudiantes,
organizations,
individuos
distinguished
representantes
representatives
de
of
organizaciones de la sociedad
civil
civil, en
society
particular de
organizations,
organizaciones
specifically women's
científicos
and
de
feminist
mujeres
organizations
feministas,
and movements,
amigas y amigos de la
friends
academia,
from
de los medios de
academia, from the
comunicación,
media,
delegadas
and
y delegados.
delegates.
Es un honor
It is an honor
darles la
to
bienvenida a
welcome
esta
you to this
66
66th
reunión de la
meeting
mesa
of the
directiva de la
presiding officers
Conferencia
of the
Regional
Regional
sobre la Mujer
Conference
en
on
Latin
Women in
America
Latin
y el
America and the
Caribe.
Caribbean.
Este
This
espacio
space,
funciona
which has been in
ininterrumpidamente desde
session uninterruptedly since
1977.
1977,
Se ha consolidado
has
como un referente
established
de diálogo
itself
y
as
acción
a
colectivo,
benchmark for dialogue and
donde los
collective action
gobiernos
where
han
governments
acordado
have
una
agreed
agenda
on a deep,
regional
progressive,
integro y
and
profunda,
comprehensive regional
progresiva e
agenda
integral,
uh,
que
which
guía las
guides
políticas
the
públicas de los
public
países
policies of the
para lograr
countries
la
to
igualdad de
achieve
género
gender
en la
equality
ley y en
in
los
law
hechos
and, in
y la
fact,
garantía de los derechos
the
y
guarantee
las
of women's rights
libertades de las
and
mujeres.
autonomy.
Aporta
It
soluciones
provides
para superar
solutions
los
to
duros
overcome the
estructurales de
structural
la
knot
desigualdad de
of
género,
gender inequality,
permitiéndonos
allowing
reflexionar
us to
sobre los
reflect
avances
on the
alcanzados,
progress made,
identificar los desafíos
identifying persistent
persistentes
challenges,
y
and
reforzar
strengthening
nuestro
our
compromiso.
commitment.
Y no es fácil.
And it's not
Vivimos en
easy.
un mundo
We live in a
profundamente convulsionado,
profoundly
marcado por
convulsed
guerras,
world marked by
tensiones
wars,
económicas,
geopolitical
desigualdad
tensions,
estructural,
structural inequality,
crisis permanentes
permanent
y los
crisis,
efectos del
and
cambio
the effects of
climático.
climate change.
Este
This
contexto de choques
context of
se exige de
shocks and
verdad una acción
uncertainty
colectiva
requires
más
collective,
fuerte que nunca.
stronger collective action.
En América Latina y el
In
Caribe,
Latin America and the
además,
Caribbean,
enfrentamos una
we are also
crisis
facing
del
a
desarrollo
structural
estructural,
developmental
como hemos
crisis.
estado
Um, as
reiterando desde la
we have
CEPAL y
seen
vemos como
from
las Naciones
ICLAC, we
Unidas
see a
tienen grandes
region
trampas
that is
que hemos documentado ampliamente, especialmente en el documento del último periodo de
is
sesiones de
subject to
Lima,
major traps that we have documented at ICLAC
titulado
extensively,
América Latina y
especially
el
in the
Caribe
document of the
ante
last
los
session
desafíos
in
del
Lima last
desarrollo,
month entitled Latin
transformaciones
America and the Caribbean in the
indispensables
face of
como
development
gestionarlas
traps,
si no lo
indispensable
anticipamos con
transformation on how to
capacidad.
manage them. And please do
Y es
check
una
that
trampa de
document,
baja capacidad
a
para
trap
crecer,
with a
una
low
segunda
growth
trampa de alta
capacity,
desigualdad,
another one of high
baja movilidad
inequality,
social
low
y
social
débil
mobility,
cohesión
and
social.
weak social
Y una
cohesion,
tercera,
and a third
débiles
one of
capacidades
weak institutional
institucionales y
capabilities
gobernanza
and
poco eficiente.
ineffective governance.
Urge
It is
trabajar
urgent to
intensamente para
work
salir de estas trampas.
hard to get out of these
Estamos
traps.
hablando
We're
también
also talking
de la
about
necesidad de
the need
promover
to
todos
promote
cerca de los
11
objetivos
essential
de los
transformations
modelos de
in
desarrollo
development models in the region,
y una de
and
esas
one of
grandes
those
transformaciones
transformations is
precisamente la
precisely to
avanzar
move towards
hacia
gender
igualdad de género
equality
y la
and the
sostenibilidad.
care society.
En las últimas
In
décadas hemos
recent
logrado
decades,
avances
we have made
significativos en
significant
marcos
progress in
normativos de igualdad de género
regulatory frameworks for gender
se avanza
equality
en la
in law, and
institucionalidad de
progress
género
is
en los
being made
diferentes
in
poderes
gender
del Estado.
institutionality and
Sin
the different
embargo,
branches of
muchos
government.
desafíos
However,
en la
we
implementación y
face challenges
financiamiento
in the
de
implementation
esas
and
políticas de igualdad.
financing of those
En la CEPAL,
policies. At
como
ICLAC,
sucede
together with you, we have proposed that it is time to make strategic investments in public policies to move towards substantial gender equality and the society of care in practice. And precisely, this meeting seeks to give a sense of urgency to our collective action, because briefly describe the situation is as follows, and I will list a few of the characteristics of the situation we're facing. In Latin America and the Caribbean, 1 out of 4 women, 25.3%, does not have their own income, almost 3 times more than men. The region advanced in parity in education. Women, in fact, have more years of schooling on average, but this is not yet reflected in their full engagement in economics, politics, science, and technology, among other areas. For example, half of women are outside the labor market, in contrast to the engagement rate of women, which is close to 75%. We are on average at 22, 23 percentage points on average of difference, so other countries are much higher. These gaps are largely due to the sexual division of labor and the disproportionate burden of care work on women. In at least 10 countries where it has been measured, the contribution of unpaid domestic and care work would represent between a quarter and a fifth of the GDP, with 74% of this contribution being made by women. Poverty disproportionately affects women, with 3 in 10 women in poverty and 1 in 10 in extreme poverty. There are 118 women in poverty and 120 in extreme poverty for every 100 men in a similar situation. The feminization of poverty is further amplified in indigenous populations, Afro-descendants, and inhabitants of rural areas.
In 2023, at least 11 women were victims of femicide every day in the region. And as we may recall, with the 16 days of activism of the Unite campaign reminds us, gender equality and the elimination of all forms of violence against women requires strong, synergistic, and forceful responses. Between 63 and 76% of women have experienced some type of gender-based violence in some area of their lives, according to national surveys. And 1 in 5 women had been married or was in a stable union before the age of 18. Of course, there's much more, but these are some of the main challenges that we face. Of course, as we well know, in the 30 years since Beijing, the governments of Latin America and the Caribbean have taken significant steps to achieve the aspirations of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action, as well as the commitments of the Regional Gender Agenda in synergy with the 2030 Agenda and in compliance with the CEDAW Convention and the Convention of Belém do Pará. This has been key to promoting constitutional and legislative, political, and cultural transformations that have modified discriminatory institutional structures. Nevertheless, substantive equality in practice is still an aspiration in the region. It is therefore urgent to recognize progress and good practices and to reinforce these efforts. A considerable advance in the region has been to break the statistical silence by producing official information with a gender perspective. 23 countries have made at least one official measurement of time use, and 10 have measured the contribution of unpaid work to the economy. The Gender Equality Observatory of Latin America and the Caribbean is a very important tool for monitoring strategic indicators. The articulated work between the Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean and the Statistical Conference of the Americas at LAC resulted in the preparation of the Guide for Mainstreaming the Gender Perspective in Preparation of Statistical Information. It's a regional standard that contributes to strengthening gender information systems in the countries of the region. In this regard, my greetings and acknowledgments to Mio Sotis Rivas, who is with us and is the current president of the Statistical Conference of the Americas and Director General of National Statistics Office of the Dominican Republic. It is also important to highlight the creation of mechanisms for the advancement of women at the highest hierarchical level. In this matter of progress, and we must congratulate the recent unanimous approval by the Mexican Congress of the Secretariat of Women of Mexico, the country that will host our next conference. Dear colleagues, during this meeting, we will address fundamental issues to advance our common agenda. For example, the progress of the Gender Equality Observatory of Latin America and the Caribbean and the Regional Fund to support women's and feminist organizations and movements. The regional consultation will be held for the 69th session of the Commission on the Status of Women, CSW 69, where we will review the implementation of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action and define our region's contributions to the global debate. Delegations will also exchange comments on the progress in preparation for the 16th Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean. So I take this opportunity to recognize civil society, in particular women's and feminist organizations and human rights defenders in Latin America and the Caribbean. Your participation is key to the implementation of the regional gender agenda, the monitoring of policies, and the strengthening of democracies in the region. I recognize all of you, and I salute Virginia Vargas, who is with us today and who was a coordinator of Latin American and Caribbean NGOs at the Conference on Women in Beijing 30 years ago.
Aplauso muy bien merecido por toda una vida de
That is a wonderful applause for years of struggles and fighting for this cause. I would like to emphasize that the governments of the region, supported by LAC, have made progress in policies and have strengthened international agreements such as the Escazú Agreement. At its last conference of the parties this year, the decision on gender mainstreaming was approved. It was during the Escazú Agreement. It also deepens the integration of the gender perspective in the creation of a safe and enabling environment for the defense of human rights and environmental matters, and to prevent discrimination and gender-based violence against women defenders. Friends, ECLAC has proposed the need for a paradigm shift to advance in the construction of the care society, which places the sustainability of life and the planet at the center. This is a powerful concept. ECLAC, together with UN Women, have been articulating it and writing about it, but it is a result of your work throughout the years. This proposal draws on the contributions of economics and feminist movements, the good living approach proposed by the region's indigenous and Afro-descendant peoples, public health, and civil society, as well as international agencies. At a regional level, the Regional Gender Agenda, adopted almost 5 decades ago at the Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean, has driven this change. The Brasilia Consensus recognized for the first time the right to care, which was reinforced in the Buenos Aires Commitment in 2022. The focus on care has also gained relevance in other intergovernmental spaces in ECLAC, such as the Montevideo Consensus on Population and Development, the Regional Conference on Aging and the Rights of Older Persons, Asunción in 2017, Santiago 2022, and the Regional Conference on Social Development in Latin America and the Caribbean 2023. These meetings reflect a growing consensus on the need to address care as a pillar for sustainable development. The year 2024 has been especially significant regarding this global effort within the UN. Under Chile's presidency of the ECOSOC, the resolution Promotion of Care Systems and Support for Social Development was approved, the first of its kind in this intergovernmental forum. The document, Transforming Care Systems in the Context of the SDGs and Our Common Agenda of the UN, proposes policy options and strategies that can be adapted to the context of different realities and territories. The General Conference of the ILO, at its 112th session, in 2024 addressed the topic, resulting in the resolution on decent work and the care economy. In September 2024, the Pact for the Future, approved in the framework of the Summit of the Future, reinforces this commitment, stressing the importance of significantly increasing investments to eliminate the gender gap and invest in the care economy. So there has been a lot of activity in different fora, documents, all this year that is ending now. In this context, the countries of Latin America have contributed to, and the Caribbean have contributed to promoting these advances, leading the world in an approach that recognizes care as a right, a public good, an essential job, and a sector with the potential to energize the economy and advancing in care laws and policies. We have been publishing this. We have a list of 14 or 15 sectors that make growth more dynamic, and one of these sectors is the care society, which is much more than a sector, but it is there listed so that we can learn what the economic impacts and labor and employment growth is about. And this will be one of the occupation clusters of greatest growth in the next few years, given the demographic trends and the aging of the population. The care society, then, is the horizon that we must move towards. Overcoming development traps requires profound transformations that will only be achieved through the intergenerational solidarity, strategic investments, and regional cooperation. Promoting a care society invites us to act and build a more productive, inclusive, and sustainable future, where the well-being of all people is at the center of our policies. With a view to the 16th Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean to be held in Mexico in 2025, whose central theme will be transformations in the political, economic, social, cultural, and environmental spheres to promote the care society and gender equality, ECLAC reaffirms its commitment to work in close collaboration with member states, regional and international institutions, and civil society organizations. This call is not only urgent, but also unavoidable. To act today is to sow hope for future generations and to ensure that care in all its forms is recognized as the foundation of a more just society. Friends, we have the frameworks and the direction we need to take. It is time to step up the pace, to double our efforts, and to profoundly transform these structures that perpetuate inequalities. I am convinced that this will be a fruitful day and that it will be an invaluable opportunity to consolidate a common voice to reflect the aspirations of our region. Thank you very much. Thank you to the Executive Secretary. Following, we have the Undersecretary of the UN and Adjunct Deputy Secretary in charge of the coordination of the UN system and results of UN Women, Ms. Ms. Aidit has the floor. Good morning.
From our Latin American and Caribbean member states, civil society colleagues, and the young leaders in the House. This is such an incredible opportunity for me to be present with you today at this 66th meeting of the presiding officers of the Regional Conference on Women. It is my first time to be with you since I assumed duties as the Assistant Secretary General and Deputy Executive Director of UN Women. Allow me to convey the warm greetings from my Executive Director, Dr. Sima Bahus. I also want to extend my deep felt appreciation to our Executive Secretary for ECLAC, Mr. Jose Manuela Salazar, for hosting us today here at this inspiring space with a deep history, the space in LAC. Thank you for the unwavering commitment to gender equality, women's human rights, empowerment, and really for driving the thinking in the region. I'm also honored to be here together with you, Your Excellency Ingrid Gomez. Thank you so much and congratulations for having a Secretariat for Women in Mexico. It's very important when we continue to see strong institutions for gender equality. Allow me to congratulate Mexico on electing the first female head of state. This is moving the target for SDG 5. Congratulations and thank you. I salute all the ministers, high-level authorities, the feminist leaders, civil society advocates in the room. In the last 24 hours, I've had an extraordinary opportunity to meet with the women's movement, the networks, the young people in this region. So I come to you this morning so energized because I've connected with some of those experiences, the thoughts in our communities, and also the dreams, the passion for not just the present, but also for the future. I want to recognize Ana Garcia and my colleague Maria Noel and all teams that have worked very hard in the preparations of this regional meeting. Being here in Latin America and the Caribbean, I feel I'm home. I belong. I belong, and you allow me to settle my soul and say I connect with the history of my own people. As an African woman, when I come to this region, I start to see the history of the experience of history over 300, 400 years ago of the massive movement of people around the world, including human trafficking. Allow me to just say it, because it's part of the reality of who we are. It's very special. It's my first time in Chile, and I want to express UN Women's extraordinary appreciation to the Honorable Minister of Women Affairs, Minister Antonia Orellana, and thank you for receiving us and for meeting with me. I really also want to appreciate that Chile has chaired ECOSOC last year, and to appreciate the leadership of Ambassador Paula Naves and the extraordinary role played in advancing gender equality. Indeed, the very first executive director of UN Women was from this country. Madam Bachelet, Michelle Bachelet, was the first ever executive director of UN Women. She midwifed the organization for whom we are today and left it vibrant. And therefore, as member states, you continue to carry us as UN Women with that vibrancy, but with that clarity that is about gender equality, about women's rights, and about the empowerment for all as a UN system. And for that, we are grateful. The region, the Latin America and the Caribbean region, is not waited for change. You are a region that has made change to happen. The region that has been trailblazing within the multilateral system for many years. The first UN World Conference for Women was in this region, in Mexico, in 1975. We recognize and we appreciate. So yes, we are observing the 30 years since the 1995 World Conference, but we remember that we were in the first conference in this region 50 years earlier. So thank you so much. Thank you for the grounding, for the groundbreaking Belém do Pará Convention on Violence Against Women in 1994. Many years back, We already had a convention to fight violence against women and to advance the normative work. A convention which is now being replicated in many other regions, like the Istanbul Convention in Europe, and the convention Africa is working on as well on violence against women. So this is a region that has always trailblazed. As we observe the 16 days of activism, we remember the efforts spearheaded by the Dominican Republic for a UN resolution designating the 25th of November as the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, honoring the legacy of the Mirabel sisters. But women do not have to continue to die in order for us to commemorate events. Let the story of the Mirabel sisters not continue to be the story, so that it's not about femicide and death, but it's about human rights and about the future for our people. Originating in Argentina, Ni Una Menos sparked a truly global movement against gender-based violence, spanning over 50 years, uniting women worldwide in the fight for justice. More recently, this is the region which hosted the pivotal discussions on planet's future at COP16 in Cali. And the Small Islands Developing Nations Seeds for conference in Antigua and Barbuda. I was honored to be present. And I continue to ask myself, why do we call them small island development states? About population and GDP, maybe they are significant island developing states because they are significant human beings in the small islands. It's not about population, it's not about GDP, it's about humanity. Meanwhile, the Escazú Agreement has earned international recognition for its pioneering approach to environmental governance and to human rights. The women activists, environmental and human rights defenders of Latin America and the Caribbean continue to stand tall as guidance for our planet and the most precious resources that we have. Your wisdom continue to inspire us. We continue to draw on that Escazú Agreement, to draw on the commitment over the years as you now offer leadership around the care systems and care policies. Congratulations for that leadership. We gather at a critical juncture. Yes, challenges persist, sluggish economic growth, unrelenting inequalities, violence and instability, discrimination in all its forms, fueled by hate speech, by rhetoric, by clawback, regressions on hard-fought gains and the erosion of democratic values, all weigh very heavily in our hearts. Indeed, dismantling patriarchy and gender stereotypes remains critical. Advancing democracy through gender equality and women's participation remains so critical and pivotal at this moment. Excellencies, colleagues, far often for women and girls, the promises of the global commitments and norms and standards remain unfulfilled. This is the last 5 years anniversary of the Beijing Declaration in the platform for, in the last 5 years of the Declaration and Platform for Action. And it is also just 5 years as we move into the SDG 2030. Therefore, the imperative of the moment is urgent, yet we are off track. But this is our last chance to finish strong and truly move the needle for women and girls everywhere. The countdown is on and the urgency has never been greater. Let us seize this moment to renew our commitment to the Beijing commitments made in 1995, a vision of equality, a vision of justice and empowerment for all women and girls, a time to transform our society. As we approach Beijing 30, UN Women is calling on all states and civil society and other actors to really unite towards a package of focused, relevant, and effective measures. This must deliver tangible benefits for women and girls, drive substantive progress, and make significant difference as we count to 2030. We are looking at a resolute multilateral system that is fit for purpose to deliver for women and girls. Therefore, looking forward to the revitalization of the Commission on the Status of Women, as was agreed at the Pact for the Future, and looking forward to your adoption of the political declaration at CSW 69. The ECOSOC this year adopted a resolution, and indeed it was part of your discussion in the last UN General Assembly in the Pact for the Future, that the world is still looking to gender parity and women's decision-making at all levels in all institutions. So as UN Women, with our mandate to advocate for women's decision-making, we are also looking at a moment when we can say, good morning, Madam Secretary General. We want to, you can continue to count on UN Women, to count on the leadership that we have in this region, including through our regional director, Maria Noel, and colleagues, and the presence that we have in this region, to continue to support your efforts. We believe in the primary role of the member states to deliver the services, the policies, and offer the resources, so that little girls like me born in my village can know that another world is possible. Your Excellencies, delegates, I was at Beijing in 1995, and I feel the progress that we have made, but I also feel the pain that we continue to cry with one eye as we watch the situations in some of our countries, including countries like Haiti. But we also continue to smile when we see the opportunities that are there. I conclude in making this call for also investing in the little girls. My mother did not choose my father. No, she didn't. She was married off. So at times I ask, am I a product of just biology or a product of love? What does it mean when women are raped and give birth to children? What does this mean for children like me? The issues we are talking about are not issues which are removed from the reality of our lives. And therefore, I'm very much committed, because this is about our lives, our countries, and the opportunities that you offer as our member states to say another world is possible, another reality is possible, a reality in which we can enjoy equality of opportunities, irrespective of race, class, disability, like me having a disability, or any other ism that break opportunities for us, that we can enjoy and access our human rights, that we can be empowered to contribute to the well-being of our society, and we can continue to care for planet and people. Again, thank you so much for having us. Thank you.
Agradecemos a la subsecretaria general.
Thank you very much, Assistant Secretary General of the United Nations, Nairatsi Butsuanda. And to conclude, Ingrid Gomez Saracibar, Undersecretary Designated for Issues of Violence Against Women and head of the Mexican delegation. Thank you and good morning. It's pleased to share with you, with the generations, countries of Latin America and the Caribbean. We also, with the representatives of the UN agencies, ICLAC, like to thank her for the invitation, for having us in this house of Latin America and the Caribbean. I'm pleased to share this opening ceremony with Jose Manuel Salazar, Niratzai Umbutsvanda, Maria Noel Baeza, Luis Yañez, and of course Ana Westmes, who not too long ago was in Mexico with our
Ciclali Hernandez, our secretary, the first secretary of women in the Mexican government, who shares with you greetings to whom I representing here on behalf of the Women's Authority. It's an honor to be in the land of Salvador Allende. The Nobel Prizes, Pablo Neruda, Gabriela Mistral, Victor Jaras, and Violeta Parra, the two singers of so many that we have shared stories south of Rio Bravo to the Tierra del Fuego. That history is full of victories, singing, colors, flavors, joys, promises, but also sadness and pains. One of those sadness is to see how in the 25th century 11 women are killed due to gender reasons every day in Latin America. Together with the realities of violences and inequalities that we attend, we assist, and we try to change in our territories that are enough reason to gather once again, to assess, to share, to receive feedback, and to forecast that Niratsaya said, the type of society that we want, the societies that are here, but the future societies.
Subsecretaria designada para los temas de violencia contra las mujeres.
Exacto, de las mujeres.
Yeah, Vice Minister of Women. That's what she says. We've moved forward. We've made progress as a region, starting with the recognition of work of care. It's now a wager on the society of care. 20 years ago, it was nothing. Today, we have statistics on gender, and as common maps, observatories, and tools for planning of public policies for the development with a gender approach. What used to be silent today, it's the inclusive language.
Sensacionalista como
what used to be called as passionate homicides, now they are sentenced as what they are, feminicide. We can continue expressing each one of those myths and mandates imposed by this patriarchal system that has us looking for ways and tools for transformation. From Mexico, we have much to tell. From the very first time in 200 years of the Republic, we have a woman president. Dr. Claudia Sheinbaum, whom I am working with as well, we've known each other from university, and a part of her being a wonderful leader, and she's sending warm regards. She guided a municipality in Mexico. It's Tlalpan. It's in the south, and I live in one of the towns of that beautiful township that nowadays is one of the largest municipalities in terms of territory, with a number of environmental values that are providing to the city. Dr. Sheinbaum was Secretary of the Environment, and the former President Andrés Manuel López Obrador, and together with the IPCC, she obtained the Nobel Peace Prize because of the impacts of climate change in the cities and the towns of world. As head of government, She is going to fight against the different violences. We obtained a decrease in violent deaths of women and feminicides, and we were able to increase the number of investigations that are open due to this crime. We are still walking throughout those areas. On one hand, prevention of violence, which we believe is a fundamental element, but also policies of processes, strategies in terms of no impunity, zero impunity. Who is being aggressive has to pay for those consequences. The experience that Dr. Sheinbaum has allowed us to affirm the 100 proposals for Mexico as the second level of the fourth transformation proposal that, among many actions, are promoting the homologous activity of feminicide as the creation of this very first Secretariat of Women, the Anti-Corruption Secretariat, the search for agreements in having a 40-hour working week, priority care for women and girls, starting with from the invisibilized, the ones that are forgotten, that are workers in the rural area that are in many states of the country, but also those women that are working in different manufacturing aspects, maquila in Spanish, that are in the borders, and they have been suffering violence, and the idea to install the society of care during these years. So we are moving towards this principle that is constitutional, which is obligation of social equality in all of the areas of the government in Mexico. Much is to be shared, to learn, and to obtain feedback in our political process. Therefore, being here with all of you, to hear you, and to build together a path or roadmap towards women and girls in Latin America and the Caribbean is motivating us and making us very happy. We are not alone. You can count on Mexico because Mexico can count on you. And we want the success for all of these activities, for the organizations of the civil society, for the United Nations agency, and the collective work in expressing today and tomorrow. It is the time of women, as Isela Lopez expresses. We are here coming fast. We have come here called by a dream, which is women, by establishing rainbows with the different colors of our skins, with constellations of our eyes. We find ourselves expressing sovereignty of our people, defending freedom of our steps by making our voice resonate from continent to continent, by overcoming different mandates and creating kind metaphors with the strength of our desire, by linking us all together and carrying hope, creating networks, and creating citizenship centimeter by centimeter, transforming reality with our walk, and always dressed like comets and full of flowers, and we are all present. Let us see each other in Mexico 2025 because it's the time of women in Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you very much.
Agradecemos a Ingrid
We
Gómez
want to thank Ingrid Gomez for her participation, and we are now closing this opening session. We were almost ready to go to Mexico. And I would like to offer the floor as Vice President and the approval of the provisional agenda.
Bueno, señoras delegadas, tienen ante ustedes
Dear
el
delegates, you have in front of you the document LC/, the different
temario
numbers.
provisional en el que me permito someter
LC/MDM.66/1, and I would like to
si no hubiera
submit
comentarios,
it for approval if there are no
estaríamos
comments.
dando por aprobado este temario.
We are approving
¿Es así?
this
Bueno, lo damos por
provisional
aprobado.
agenda. Okay, it is
Y entendemos que
we
tenemos
then
una pausa
understand that
oficial
now we have an
para
official
la foto,
pause
la toma
for
de foto
the
oficial con
official
las delegaciones.
photo with all delegations.
Por favor, secretario.
So, Secretary, thank you, Vice President. We have the most important challenge of the conference, which is to really be able to leave a beautiful picture. There will be two pictures. One is the heads of delegations, and I would ask you to be the first ones leaving the room, and later we will have the rest of the meeting for the picture. So let's try doing it in 30 minutes as organized as possible so that we can have this beautiful picture. Thank you very much.
escuchas? Vamos a probar la presentación de Lucía Oscuro. ¿Ok? Javier, de vuelta. Queremos eliminar unas láminas, te vamos a decir cuál, para que la oculte. Ya, esa hay que eliminar, hay que esconderla. Ya. Entonces anda con la interior. Ya, eso ahí. Esta, esa y video. Esa y va el video. Sí. Habla y luego el video. Ok. La escalera del centro, directo al tercer piso. No te escucho. Esa, ¿tú hablas? Perfecto. Perfecto. Muy bien. Ya, Javier, estamos. Sacarlo de ahí. Hay que sacarlo la presentación.
No, no sabe. Y ahora que lo pides,
Muchas gracias.
esté calientita, recién hecha. Y una salsita con cajeteada.
Bueno,
Bueno, me dices para llevar.
Ya vienen más copias de esta guión de la presidencia con los nombres de sociedad civil.
bueno, vamos a retomar los trabajos.
Let's resume our activities.
Les agradecemos tomar sus asientos.
Let's get settled to begin the second part of our session today.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Bueno, muchas gracias. Retomamos.
Let's,
Presidenta.
Madam Chair,
Bueno, vamos a continuar con los
let's go ahead with our agenda for today. I'd like to thank you, everyone. According to the agenda we have just approved, I would like to invite Lucia Scuro, Senior Social Affairs Officer of ECLAC's Gender Affairs Division, who will present the report on the Gender Equality Observatory for Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you, Lucia. You're recognized. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. In this segment, then, we will be sharing with you some insights on the process of update and technology migration of the Gender Equality Observatory for Latin America and the Caribbean, which is an initiative. It's been in place for 16 years, which starts with a mandate from this conference in Quito back in 2007, where the member states of ECLAC requested a follow-up and performance of agreements through the creation of an observatory for equality that will contribute to the strengthening of a national gender mechanism. Thus, from these request and mandate by the member states, ECLAC started to work on the design and implementation of this observatory, the concept design, and then technological design, through which it was established first by the cooperation for cooperation from the government of Spain that actually joined this project and this work, together with the CEGIB. And then, as you can see here, multiple agencies, UN agencies and cooperation agencies that joined this huge project of observatory, which is the tool to break the statistical silence and to drive the activities for gender equality. It comes with two main objectives: to contribute to the strengthening of national mechanism for women advancement, to have official information available from the countries, to facilitate the follow-up of regional and international agreements on women's rights, and to coordinate actions among these mechanisms and the national institutes of or national statistics agency from the countries and the UN agencies which are competent in many of the topics of the observatory. This is important because it challenges the work among the production and use of gender statistics in the region. So the observatory comes as a tool, not only to process information, disseminate information, and generate indicators, but also the coordination between users and producers, resources, which are requirements for the observatory are our multiple indicators that such limited number and crucial key indicators in the observatory. There is a backstage at CPAL-STAT and more disaggregations of these indicators are present in the observatory, and CPAL-STAT, which supports this statistical production where we can show critical indicators selected by the observatory and then a link to other resources, namely publications, analysis reports, and specific studies. On the other hand, and for the last 9 years, we have a legislative repository for public policies on gender equality. Not too long ago, 2 years ago, we established subsites where we have the maps, the georeferencing for care in the region, and then a portion with specific resources on country profiles, which cites the indicators and trends for each one of the countries. We have specific information, such as the political system in each Latin American countries and the Caribbean countries. What's the strength of this observatory? As I said, not only working thoroughly and soundly on gender statistics, but also act as a liaison between those who produce this information, meeting in the different agencies, such as the Statistical Conference of the Americas, to exchange with this regional conference on women, Latin America, and the Caribbean. In 2006, the Costa Rica proposed an executive committee of the Statistical Conference of the Americas to have a working group on gender statistics, which Mexico took to the conference, and that it's been coordinating since 2007. And this ongoing dialogue with the steering committee and the conference, as you can see in 2016, the approval of the Montevideo strategy, the 4 structural notes, links with the processes to improve statistics and the observatory with indicators around these 4 structural nodes. Then, till our Buenos Aires commitment, where again there is a statistical production supporting these agreements as a function of the follow-up of each one of them. For national countries, we have at least 18 countries with some website or dissemination platform with the gender statistics, as this case could be women advancement, such as in Mexico, but also in coordination with INEGI, led by the statistical agencies, such as in Colombia from DANI. But as you can see, there are several examples in the region, and the observatory is technically supporting these activities. One of the things of the observatory will have in this migration process, which we will share with you a video with the updating and migration process to a new platform, is direct access to 2 of the practice communities we have in gender statistics. One for gender statistics as an overarching approach, and the measuring of the care society. Using the new platform, we will gain access to these 2 practice virtual communities.
a detenerme en la actualización porque
I
para
will not be
eso
stopping in the update,
elaboramos un video
as we created a
que les
video
va a
for
mostrar
this
detenidamente
that will
todos los
be
procesos de
specifically showing
actualización y
the
las
update
nuevas
processes
imágenes,
and the
caras
new
visibles de
images and visible
esta
faces
migración
of this
tecnológica del
technology migration
observatorio, pero
of
sí
the
quería traer
observatory. But
para
I
que
did
ustedes
want
vieran y
to
se
bring it
empezaran a
here so that you
familiarizar
can see
sobre
it
los ejemplos,
and
uno
start
donde se
seeing
va
what
a
the
desplegar
examples are.
el
One
listado
that
de
will be
indicadores
deploying the
según
list of
autonomía
indicators
y el
according
otro
to
que va a ser
autonomy.
un
And the
buscador de
other
los
will
repositorios de
be a
normativa
search engine of the
legislativa que
legislative
va a poder
regulatory
tener
search
distintos
that
motores
will
de búsqueda
have
para que ustedes
different
puedan encontrar entre la legislación y la
searches
normativa más
that
reciente
you
en
can
distintas
find in terms
temáticas
of
relativas a la
legislation and
igualdad de
different
género,
topics related to
distintas
gender
leyes
equality.
y normas que desde el
Different
observatorio
laws and
vamos
regulations that from the
juntando y
observatory we're
sistematizando en
always
estos repositorios.
systematizing and
Si les
putting
parece
together.
entonces,
So if
Alejandro,
you
si nos apoyas
agree,
con el
Alejandro,
video en
maybe you
sala.
can support us with the video.
A través de este video les invitamos a explorar las novedades
Video
de la
is
actualización del
subtitled.
Observatorio de Igualdad de Género de América Latina y el Caribe, OIG. El objetivo del OIG es poner a disposición información de los países de la región y facilitar el seguimiento de los acuerdos internacionales sobre derechos de las mujeres e igualdad de género. El observatorio también trabaja en el fortalecimiento de capacidades de equipos técnicos de los mecanismos para el adelanto de las mujeres, las oficinas nacionales de estadística y otros organismos de gobierno. Este observatorio es uno de los primeros y más visitados de la CEPAL, con más de 100.000 visitas mensuales. La actualización que hoy les presentamos incluye mejoras significativas en su funcionamiento y diseño, garantizando un acceso más eficiente a los contenidos del OIG. Entre las principales mejoras de esta actualización se destaca el rediseño gráfico y la optimización de la experiencia, creando una interfaz visual renovada que facilita la búsqueda de información. Cada elemento ha sido cuidadosamente pensado para permitir un acceso rápido, sencillo y eficiente a los contenidos del observatorio, garantizando así una navegación fluida. La autonomía de las mujeres es resultado de contar con la capacidad para tomar libremente las decisiones que afectan sus vidas en condiciones de igualdad. El observatorio se estructura sobre la base de la promoción de la autonomía de las mujeres y cuenta con información a nivel regional relacionada con sus tres dimensiones: autonomía económica, autonomía física y autonomía en la toma de decisiones. Hemos optimizado la sección de autonomías mediante la incorporación de un panel de selección. Esta herramienta visual organiza y presenta los indicadores en una sola pantalla, proporcionando una navegación más ágil y fluida, sin necesidad de recorrer múltiples páginas o pestañas. En esta sección también se pueden revisar normas y leyes recientes, e informes y estudios vinculados a la autonomía seleccionada. Otro avance clave en esta actualización es la mejora en la sección de indicadores. El listado ahora integra los indicadores acordados para el seguimiento de los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible, incluyendo información sobre el empleo de las mujeres, sectores de actividad desagregado por sexo y la proporción de la población fuera del mercado laboral por razones familiares, domésticas y de cuidados. En cuanto a la autonomía física, se incorpora el indicador de tasa de fecundidad de niñas y adolescentes, facilitando el seguimiento de los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible para avanzar hacia la igualdad de género. Cada indicador contará con información adicional, descripciones detalladas y un mejor acceso a las desagregaciones disponibles en Cepalstat. Además, se muestran publicaciones relacionadas para facilitar el acceso a contenidos complementarios y análisis de los indicadores visualizados. El repositorio de normativas contará con un nuevo motor de búsqueda. Además de clasificar cada norma o ley según el tema al que pertenece, fecha y país, se categorizará de acuerdo con los ejes de implementación de la estrategia de Montevideo a los que esté vinculada. La sección de países ha sido rediseñada para mejorar la visualización de las fichas de cada país, incluyendo ahora un perfil estadístico más completo, con acceso directo a los principales indicadores organizados en un listado categorizado por autonomía. También se incluye un nuevo perfil estadístico regional de América Latina y el Caribe. Además, se ha optimizado la presentación del sistema político y electoral, y se ha incorporado a esta sección una visualización de los siguientes indicadores. Nivel jerárquico de los mecanismos para el adelanto de la mujer MAM y ratificación del protocolo facultativo de la Convención sobre la eliminación de todas las formas de discriminación contra la mujer. Las secciones de recursos de difusión.
Sections on dissemination resources and reports have been integrated into the new publications section, which will bring together publications from LAC partner organizations, countries, as well as videos. This section will be organized in a list format and will feature advanced filters by autonomy, date, country, and topic, making it easier to access resources more precisely. Drupal is the content management platform on which the observatory has been built. The update from Drupal 7 to its latest version, Drupal 10, optimizes observatory's usability and represents a significant advance in security, stability, and sustainability. Drupal 10 strengthens protection against threats and vulnerabilities, ensuring that critical information is safeguarded with the highest security standards. The new administration interface is modern and intuitive, allowing for quick and accurate updates of data and content. With this update, the Gender Equality Observatory for Latin America and the Caribbean, OIG, becomes a tool that is efficient tool for monitoring indicators and gender policies in the region. This improvement allows access to updated information, the use of advanced analytical tools, and navigation through a faster platform that is secure and agile, thereby contributing to the design of public policies for gender equality. Thank you, colleagues. We are uploading this video to the website with the subtitles in English, as well as the presentation that was shown in Spanish in the room, but it is available in English for all of you as well. I would like to mention in the first two next slides the work that we carried out yesterday, where we met with the 10 organizations that are partner of this observatory, and we established the guideline of the next steps towards the conference. We will finish with the technological migration, as you saw in the video, where it is necessary to migrate content. And we will be working on the permanent update of information, indicators, repositories, standards, and we're organizing, designing, and thinking about the relaunching of this observatory through the new platform in the framework of the conference of the 16th Regional Women's Conference. And in terms of agreements with the different organizations that are part of the observatory, first of all, there is a commitment of updating the regulatory repository, where we call not only organizations that are working with us in the observatory, but as well all different countries that have to send us the regulations and laws that are being approved in gender equality topics. We will jointly update indicators with modern and innovative or novel methodologies. We will also be working with agreements and work related to the link with other platforms of the organizations that are part of the observatory, websites, and documents. There will be specific studies carried out. Yesterday, we were seeing the need of carrying out intersectional analysis that are specific in terms of the situation of the dimensions of autonomy for groups of women, where there are specific needs in delving into the analysis of the availability of data and to assess inclusion of indicators in new areas. Sometimes when we mention new areas, we believe that in gender studies, they have a time for work, the link of gender and climate change, negotiations at all levels, diplomacy, migrations, mobility, human mobility of women. All this thinking about the mid and long term of the projects of the observatory. So now we will leave all of the information available in terms of update and migration of this tool that we're sharing with you, that you all know, and many of you are using quite frequently. And of course, we are open for questions, interactions, and anything you might need. Thank you very much. Thank you, Lucia, for your presentation. Undoubtedly, for the countries in Latin America and the Caribbean, this is our observatory for gender equality, which is fundamental and very important. And now, if you allow me, we will open some time to hear from you. I would like to open the floor for the participation of the different countries. If you help me, Mr. Secretary. For those of you that would like to speak, please raise your sign. Haiti?
Le vamos a pedir a la
We
representación
will request from the representation of Haiti, and the only thing that we would like to request from the table is to hold a maximum of 2 minutes of participation. I know it is complicated, but this way we will be hearing ourselves.
Merci.
Thank you very much.
Madame la vice-présidente.
Ms. Vice President,
Monsieur le secrétaire exécutif de la
Mr.
Commission
Executive
économique
Secretary
de l'Amérique
of
latine
LAC,
et la Caraïbe, distingués représentants, représentantes du gouvernement du
distinguished
Chili,
representatives
honorables
of the government of
délégués et
Chile,
membres
honorable
d'États membres,
delegates and members of the member states, ladies and gentlemen.
J'aurais dû aujourd'hui être dans mon pays, en Haïti,
I should
en
have been
train
in my country
d'aider
today,
les membres du gouvernement,
helping the
les
members of the
membres du
government,
CPT, les
the
organisations
members of the
féministes,
CPT,
à
the
trouver des
feminist
stratégies pour
organizations,
sauver des vies,
and thus be able to find
surtout
strategies and
à
save
aider
lives,
les femmes
especially
et les filles
by
qui meurent
helping
tous les
women
jours,
and
qui
girls
errent
that
dans les
are
rues,
dying on a
qui ne
day-to-day
trouvent pas à
basis
manger,
and
qui ne
that
trouvent pas
are
d'habits et qui
walking the streets
s'empilent
without
dans des
finding
abris
any food
provisoires
or
où
any
elles se font
housing,
violer
and
tous
that
les
are
jours.
all living
Mais
together in areas where they are
Haïti, en tant que
raped.
membre
In Haiti, as
du
member
CEPAL,
of
je
ICLAC,
me fais le devoir d'être là aujourd'hui
I
pour
find it
venir
a duty
partager
to
avec
be
vous
here and thus share
les
with
calvaires
you
que les femmes et les filles
all
en
of the
Haïti subissent
problems
tous les
that
jours
women and girls are
et
suffering on a day-to-day basis.
espérer que par solidarité,
And
vous
we
écoutez,
hope that
vous
throughout time
entendrez
and all being
et
in
vous vous
solidarity,
laissez
you can
convaincre
all
à venir
listen
s'unir
and be
avec
able
le
to be
gouvernement haïtien,
convinced of
les membres du
being
CP
of working
et
together with
aider
the
les femmes
government
et les
of
filles en Haïti
Haiti, of the
qui
members
meurent
of
tous
the
les jours.
CET,
En mon nom
and
propre
to save
et en celui de
girls
la
and
délégation
women
que je
that die on
préside,
a day-to-day
je
basis.
vous
On
salue
behalf
encore
of
une
my
fois.
people and my delegation, I
Et
greet you again.
je remercie tous et
I want
tous
to
qui m'ont
thank
aidé à être là aujourd'hui en ce lieu de
all of you that
réflexion
have been
et de
helping me
coopération régionale.
for being
Je
here
vous
in
présente les
these regional
chaleureuses
cooperation
salutations du
time.
Conseil
I would like
présidentiel de
to
transition du
bring
gouvernement de la
the
République et également
warm
les femmes et les filles
greetings
d'Haïti.
of the Republic
Je
of
vous
Haiti
transmets
and
leur
women
profonde
and girls from
satisfaction
Haiti. I
pour la
also
participation
want
de notre
to
pays à ces
share the
assises régionales
satisfaction of our
qui vont mettre en lumière les
country
avancées des pays
participating in
de la
this
région
regional
en matière
headquarter, and
d'égalité,
that
de
will be
genre et de droits des
providing
femmes. Permettez-moi de
elements
saluer le gouvernement
related
du
to
Chili
the
qui
rights of
accueille
women. Allow me to
cet
greet
important
the
événement.
government of Chile
En ma
that
qualité
is
de
hosting
nouvelle
this
ministre à la
important event
condition féminine
as
et aux droits des femmes, C'est un honneur de prendre la parole aujourd'hui dans cette
the
enceinte
Minister
pour ce
of
défi
Women's
des
Rights,
grandes
we are very
orientations pour l'avenir
happy
de
and
notre
proud of
région
being here
pour
in
réaffirmer
this
l'engagement
area where
d'Haïti en
the
faveur de
decisions are
l'égalité des
made
sexes
to
et des droits des
reaffirm
femmes.
the commitment of
Je me tiens
Haiti
devant vous en tant que
in the
représentante
issue of
d'Haïti,
gender
une nation
and
qui,
women's
malgré les
rights.
défis
As
colossaux
representative
auxquels elle
of
fait
Haiti,
face,
I am
demeure
expressing that we
profondément
have
engagée dans la lutte pour
humongous
l'égalité de
challenges
genre
and we
et la
are
promotion
all
des droits des femmes.
convinced that,
En
or
effet,
committed, excuse
la
me,
participation
for gender
d'Haïti à la
equality. And
66e
as a matter
réunion
of
du
fact,
CEPAL
Haiti's
pour
participation
examiner
in
la
this
mise en œuvre de la
66th meeting of
déclaration
ECLAC
et du programme
and
d'action de
examining
Beijing
the
30
implementation
ans
of the
après son
declaration and the
adoption et les
platform of
préparatifs de la
action for
16e
Beijing
conférence
after 30
régionale
years of
sur
its
les femmes qui se
adoption
tiendra
and the
en
preparation of the next
2025 au Mexique
conference that will be
est une
held in the
occasion
year
pour l'État
2025 in
haïtien,
Mexico,
à travers le
is
ministère à condition
really an
féminine et aux droits
important
des femmes,
situation
de
for
renouveler
Haiti
son
through the
engagement
ministry
envers les objectifs
to
internationaux
renew
et
its
régionaux
commitment to the
relatifs aux
international
droits
commitments and the regional
aux droits
commitments
humains
related to
des
rights,
femmes.
human
Ces
rights
engagements
of women.
s'inscrivent dans les cadres établis par des
And
instruments
this
tels que
is
la Convention sur
subscribed in the
l'élimination
framework
de
of
toutes
the
les formes de
conditions on
discrimination à l'égard des
discrimination and
femmes,
always
CEDAW,
of
la
discrimination
Convention de
against
Belém do Pará
women,
sur la
SEDAW.
prévention. J'ai été coupé. Sur la Convention de Belém do Pará et toutes les autres conventions.
In the Convention of
Madame la
Belém do Pará and
vice-présidente,
all other
mesdames les
conventions,
vice-présidents, chers
Ms.
délégués,
Vice President,
il y a des
dear
défis qui nous
delegates,
rappellent
there are
nécessité d'établir
challenges
les priorités
that
et de mener
wants
des
us to
initiatives
establish
pour répondre à des
priorities,
crises.
and we have to
Dans ce
carry out
contexte, Haïti
initiatives
a mis le
in
jour le film
responding
de
to
Pékin
crisis. It is
de
in this
septembre
context of Haiti
1995 sur la condition des femmes de 189 pays et de
where it
l'adoption du
is the condition
programme
of women
d'action
and all countries
post-Beijing
to adopt
dans
the
son
action
5e
program
rapport
after
de janvier
Beijing.
2020.
And
Le
in the
contexte de
fifth
crise sanitaire
report
mondiale.
that was
Son
held in
élaboration a fait
2020.
l'objet de larges consensus, de
The
larges consultations
creation of this has been the consensus of the sectorial element and the state and the civil society that have reacted to a preliminary situation being the result of our consultation, and there have been professional elements dealt with so that we can reach a conclusion.
It is a priority to establish the 12 critical domains and seeing what is the declaration of the Beijing action plan and to develop a pilot plan about the female condition regarding women's rights and to see what is the Beijing, the platform of action of Beijing that dates back to 1994 and 2014. This period encompasses all government institutions. The first one is the structuring after the creation on November 8th of 1994 that has established actions for a period of 10 years that we need to reinforce everything that we have acquired institutionally, and that this is a period of significant changes and lots of questioning about political governance in Haiti. The third one is to strengthen the consolidation of these aspects that have consolidated the consolidation of the PFNH that date back to 2014 and goes into the future until 2034. So we have the fifth period since Beijing between 1995 that sets the principles and success factors as well as the obstacles that we have found or we have encountered to achieve the rights of equality among men and women. We have a budget that has been given to Haiti to face this situation. Specifically, the program that ranges from 2014 to 2019 has been implemented, and critical areas have been addressed for women in Haiti. We need to highlight that through these consultations in all geographic entities, we have devoted 5 important aspects, and we quote women, education, women and health, women and violence against women, women and justice, women and economy and the feminization of poverty, women and climate change, women and decision making, and political engagement of women. Besides these aspects that have to do with the female population nationally and during the expert panels and workshops, there are systems that have become integrated across the board or maybe even associated to other topics related to women, institutional mechanisms, women's fundamental rights that are associated to different topics, to women, to girls, children's education, women's health, measures associated to governance through decision making. Only the armed conflict topic was not established. We have to say that this is considered marginal to be able to associate this view 25 years after these statistics were collected. We can say that we have compiled all the necessary data and we have conducted the analysis of the opportunities that have favored progress, breakthroughs, and that they act subsequently. Now, but there are new challenges arising, and there are other issues that seem not to have a solution when we discuss this topic. Women's misery, we have perspectives through public policies that are current, and there are 2 specific ones, and we need to we're expecting for possible efforts at FH and that are connected to improving poverty or overcoming poverty in Haiti. Haiti keeps its play at the core of the signing countries of this Beijing Declaration. We need to implement the necessary efficient and effective means to be able to eliminate all these causes of harm against men and women. Dear delegates and Vice Chair, since the creation of the Ministry of the Women's Condition, MCDF would like to play a main role in the improvement of a female condition in Haiti, and this is not easy. However, the current context of our country that is undergoing a socio-economic and humanitarian and security crisis exacerbates gender inequalities. And we do not seem to have any achievements in this regard. Haiti has gone through extremely difficult times with an extreme deterioration and worsening of the violence coming from armed groups, so humanitarian crises that are worsened by internal massive displacement that particularly affects women. This means this is a huge burden on the collective population. Seeing the situation that we are experiencing, we must live, and women are usually on their own, facing considerable challenges. They need to take on their responsibility by themselves, so to be able to cater to the needs of their kids and manage all domestic work. And usually this work is not enough. So they are vulnerable when faced with violence, sexual violence. And we have bands and gangs in the communities the communities that are displacing women in Haiti are facing a very difficult environment, and girls as well, and they are in a very, very precarious situation without access to security and services and basic healthcare services. So they are facing gender violence and physical violence, and there are other regions that are affected, not only Port-au-Prince, but we experience this every single day. Increasing violence in these areas that women are experiencing, that are particularly vulnerable, and that are suffering from
sexual violence. They live in a constant insecurity condition. They are particularly vulnerable in this context that is connected to criminal activities of different gangs. Girls, young men, and children are kidnapped, and they come from underprivileged situations that are even used as informants, and also the different neighborhoods are invaded where they live. So we have some data that actually prove this situation. In 2024, specifically, there are sexual violence that were reported by the different stakeholders. 62% of them have suffered now. So we have an increasing, a significant increase. We have reports that are telling us that some displacement in the different western departments have happened. So most of violence against women and against girls accounts for close to 70%. All of this are in a status of domestically displaced population. The psychosocial consequences of this violence against women and against girls, even women who are moving, displacing, are particularly significant. So they are traumatized. They suffer from anxiety. They feel a constant feeling of insecurity. They're constantly marginalized, and they are facing increasing obstacles to have access to essential goods, education, economic opportunities. Violence is based on gender. There is forced displacement. There's social isolation. Those are challenges that prevents them from actively being engaged in the reconstruction process of their communities. And in that sense, there are ambitious objectives and essential at the same time that guarantee the promotion of women's rights, their autonomy, and their full engagement in our nation's development. Mrs. Vice Chair and dear delegates, I'd like to recognize ICLAC's role that through the regional cases, which become an essential roadmap to transform, to profoundly transform by integrating gender dimension in all public policy making, but also promoting a budget that is sensitive to gender, that is fair and egalitarian, that considers the necessary, the specific needs of women, and also placing them in strategic positions, the engagement in the digital and green economy. We need to continue to contribute to these general efforts. We have a commitment in terms of solidarity and justice. In this crucial time of our people, calling on all states, I would like to call upon all states, regional organizations, and our international partners to be able to reinforce the funding mechanism devoted to the gender program so that it is made accessible to all countries and to the most vulnerable countries, among which Haiti is. We have social protection policies, of course, for displaced women, displaced by the humanitarian and security crisis. One needs to guarantee an intersectional approach that recognizes diversity of women's experiences, rural women, urban women, young women, elderly women, or whoever, or women who belong to minorities. My invitation is today for all to unite your efforts with Haiti. Please, the invitation is to, I'm inviting everyone to unite with Haiti and to the other nations in our region to implement policies that are based on equality and sustainability in terms of political engagement of women in the decision-making spaces at all levels, and adopting a new social compact that is based on the principles of justice, of solidarity, and also intergenerational in nature to guarantee a better future to our population. Only together
only together and with our collective effort and vision, we will be able to build a world where each woman, each girl will be able to live free and exercise their rights. Haiti is committing to this path and recognizes the efforts of all those who work in a region and for a more inclusive and egalitarian region. Thank you so much for your attention and for your commitment. And I hope this commitment lives on.
Agradecemos la participación de la ministra de Asuntos y Derechos de la Mujer, Pedrica Sant, y le
Federica
pedimos a
Santa
Paraguay.
would like to ask Paraguay. Please remember, trying to stick to the agenda.
Muy buenos días a todos y a todas.
Good morning.
Desde Paraguay
From
celebramos
Paraguay, we celebrate the updating of LAC's observatory by including these new topics that help in the preparation of public policies. Let me tell you that in Paraguay, we do have a similar initiative from the National Statistics Bureau that provides official statistics that are highly technical in nature, such as the time usage survey, gender statistics, indicators and methodologies, and the Gender Atlas. We also have, from the Ministry of Women, we have an observatory that we're working on in the development of new data that also, besides reflecting violence against women data, other data about the situation of women in Paraguay. Thank you very much.
Agradecemos también la participación de la ministra Cintia Figueredo de Paraguay y le pedimos a Cuba, por favor.
Buenos días. Mi país cuenta con una agenda robusta.
Good morning. My country has a very progressive and robust agenda that knows the need to have informed public policies based on data and quality statistics that disaggregate statistics by gender, but also with a gender perspective and diversity. The National Program for the Advancement of Women is part of the Cuban Program for Equality. It's one of the special areas of attention and has created the need to promote the Observatory of Cuba on Gender Equality as a mechanism to make visible all indicators related to the policies, acknowledgement and status of women and men in Cuba with a focus on gender and rights. It will allow for the obtainment of statistics, quantitative and qualitative, which will contribute to the adoption of public policies. This initiative, led by the Federation of Cuban Women and the Center for Studies of Women and the Statistics Office, has had the support of the National Statistics Office and the UN Program for Development by means of the Platform for Territorial Development, as well as the economic conditions for Latin America and the Caribbean and UNDP. The observatory also has 33 statistical indicators distributed in 7 areas of the National Program for the Advancement of Women, focused on the elimination of gender gaps in line with the 3 pillars of autonomy for women. Over 50 indicators form part of the 2030 Agenda, which follows the SDG 5 on gender equality. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a Yaneidis Pérez.
Thank you to Yaneidis Pérez from the Cuban Women's Federation. Dominican Republic has the floor. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you and greeting to all the authorities present. The Dominican Republic would like to greet you for the presentation and advancement of the Observatory on Gender Equality of Latin America and the Caribbean. Our country values and recognizes the observatory because it has been established with the purpose of strengthening national mechanisms for the advancement of women and to monitor the advancement of the implementation of the regional gender agenda, which, from our point of view, is of the essence to design and implement public policies based on scientific evidence. In our country, we have taken important steps regarding the production of statistics, and I take this opportunity to share recent experiences being launched from the Women, Adolescents, and Girls Cabinet, preceded by the Ministry of Women, within the framework of a strategic plan for a life free of violence for women. In this sense, we have a line of action to strengthen the statistics areas at an institutional level. These form part of an information system on violence against women and is developed from the National Statistical Office. We also have a conceptual framework, a statistical framework of violence against women and girls, and a compendium of women that have died as a result of this violence. All this with the objective of having updated data that can offer guidance for the decision-making thereof. So the Ministry of Women has strengthened our registration system for victims of violence, making use of digital tools that interconnect legal assistance services, psychological and protection services that we have in safe houses to update data and be able to follow up in a more effective and coordinated manner in order to offer comprehensive assistance. Madam Chair, with this we conclude. This data is extremely important to further advance towards an institutional architecture for gender policy, but also to make evident the need of having sufficient budgets with good data brings good policies, and that is our motto. Thank you. Thank you. We thank Minister Mayra Jimenez from the Dominican Republic for her remarks, and I would like to offer the floor to my colleague from Mexico. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you and greetings to all. From Mexico, we also would like to state that we appreciate the work done by the observatory, by the platform, and its operation. The work of the observatory is of the essence for the discussions we will have these 2 days, and of course it will contribute to the regional conference that will be held in Mexico next year. And with the inspiration of the Beijing platform, Mexico will be the seat and is the seat of these studies in Aguascalientes. It has consolidated as a center for studies thereof. And for 5 years, it has been strengthening the collaboration between statistical offices, mechanisms for the advancement of women, international mechanisms and organizations of civil society and academia, as well as promoting innovation and the use of statistics, gender statistics. This also includes a collaboration of the Government of Mexico and the National Institute of Geography and Women, now the Secretariat of Women, of course, with LAC and UN Women. This year, we touched upon topics such as statistics in care, autonomy, economic autonomy of women, and time measurement, as well as gender violence. All these are fundamental topics for the regional gender agenda and the autonomy of women, which is established by this agenda. Mexico is a statistics champion at a regional level. And from this perspective, disaggregated statistics with gender perspective are of the essence for the creation and strengthening of public policies, and if you allow me to say so, for diplomacy, considering that our foreign policies are feminist since 2020. And it is extremely important to take care of all forms of violence and discrimination. What we can't measure is not seen and cannot be named. Thank you. Thank you to Geraldine Gachuz, who is our Director of Human Rights at the Foreign Affairs Office, Mexico. Aruba has the floor.
Thank you. Ms. Vice President, Excellencies, presiding officers, distinguished guests, and fellow gender equality advocates. I'm delighted to be here with you all today on this inspiring occasion to take part in the discussion and listen to all your valuable insights. The main way in which Aruba has recently addressed gender equality and its advancement on the island is through the National Gender Policy and its action plan, which were made public in May of 2022. The National Gender Policy was an initiative by the government of Aruba and facilitated by the Gender Steering Committee, which included most of Aruba's women groups. It was our first woman prime minister, Evelyn Weaver Cruz, together with the former Minister of Social Affairs, who put this in place. The Gender Steering Committee guided the process together with UN Women, Multi-Country Office of the Caribbean, and received input from a wide range of actors from the government, non-governmental, and organizations. Aruba now has its first official gender policy for a more equitable and sustainable development on the island. After a very successful cooperation with the UN Women in developing the national gender policy, Aruba still pending to further its collaboration for the implementation of certain focal points in the action plan. As a small island state, a great small island state, expertise in certain areas is not readily available. This is the case with expertise in gender equality. Hence, Aruba is always open to collaboration with partners within the region and multilaterally who can offer their support and guidance. And I just saw a very important one walk in, Tony Broder. I say hi to you. One of the focuses of the national gender policy was gender-based violence against women and girls. Gender-based violence in Aruba, like most countries, often manifests as violence predominantly against women and girls, especially intimate partner violence and sexual harassment. Child sexual abuse is also a manifestation of this violence against girls, and boys are at risk also. However, data points to the victims being primarily girls. Prime Minister Weaver Cruz, through a ministerial decree, set up a committee tasked with writing an action plan with recommendations on how stakeholders on the island should go about combating the issue of gender-based violence. This committee presented the National Implementation Plan to End Violence Against Women and Girls to the Prime Minister in October. The implementation plan is a policy plan coordinated per sector with actions that must be taken to eliminate inequalities between women and men in Aruba, to effectively slow down and stop violence against women and girls. One of the primary ways to effectively reach this goal is through proper data collection. The Central Bureau of Statistics would install a centralized data system for all stakeholders to use when documenting cases of GBV. By having this database system, we would publish and advertise data and a thematic report on traditional and social media through encourage uptake in the private sector, civil society, and schools for advocacy, knowledge building, and informed decision making. By educating, empowering, and mobilizing communities, community organizations, academia, the media, government agencies, and departments on the importance of gender equality and equity, as well as the effectiveness of the effects of inequalities such as gender-based violence, we can work towards building a just and equitable society for all. Thank you.
Agradecemos la presentación de mi Ángela.
We would like to thank Angela Ras from Aruba, the Women's Affairs Department. With this, we conclude the round of.
This will be the end of the round of presentations. And of course, we have discussed critical topics, and therefore, we need not only share who we are and share what we have. So thank you for sharing. And we will continue to work with them, not only gender statistics, but also make it visible, the invisible. And like you said, if you don't call it, if you don't count it, it seems it does not exist. So if I may, let me go ahead with my topic in order to receive the report on the regional fund to support women organizations. And now we will have Cecilia Alemani, Regional Director for the Americas and the Caribbean, with UN Women on her report for gender equality and empowerment as an administrator agency. Thank you, Ingrid. On behalf of Vice President of this room and the process into Mexico, and of course in the new role in your country, as you've explained this morning, it's an honor to be here in this session, along with Lucy Garrido, that she will share with you on behalf of the organizations and women associations in the regional fund. Of course, from UN Women, would like to thank for asking us the management for the fund and report on the latest news. For those who are not familiar, the regional fund to support organizations and was put together by this forum. But it's an initiative of the Regional Conference on Women, which reports to the steering committee, and of course within ECLAC means an innovative funding mechanism, as we've discussed it, the funding for development, where women and the networks organizations have so little access, particularly in Latin America and the Caribbean. This is co-managed by government representatives in the steering committee, as well as in the organizations and networks, as well as ECLAC. And we support in the implementation this year. And we had the second call to the organization, which exceeded our expectations by far due to the interest shown. We have 1,034 applications from many of you, your organization, civil society from the whole region. Some countries were overrepresented. These 1,034, for instance, Mexico, we received 136. And from Colombia, nearly 360. But from the whole region, it's really amazing. And of course, this is a sign that this mechanism, that this funding mechanism will correct the inequality of access to resources when the region is so true. When official help to development, it's still less 1% of the total official support for development to women organizations and civil society organizations. So Of course, we are asking contributions for the regional fund from the countries, from the government, from the regions, members in the steering committee. The first call in 2023 was with resources from Mexico and UN Women, and thanks to that, we're able to capitalize the fund for deployment. The second call, which was a bit longer, it was 5 times more proposals than those expected, and it took us a long time. This has been reported, has been appointed and allocated. We used resources from the government of Colombia, who would like to thank for that huge effort from the public budget, and with the resources from UN Women in collaboration with the EU through the Actuemos program for regional networks and the government of Luxembourg. Knowing the fiscal constraints in the region, and governments here in the room can make an effort to contribute to this fund as a demonstration, as a proof of this political will in support of organizations in the territory and in their regional actions. And let me close by saying that out of these 1,034 applications, they were all valid, relevant, interesting, of course, going through all the formal filters. We work together with the civil society organizations, as we will be listened to in the first short list, in excess of 200, so as to allocate resources to only 18 organizations. Of course, here there is a lot of demands and requirements of unfunded work, which call upon us so as to offer the contribution for the development and gender equality. We make available, of course, the regional fund mechanism for that, to make it available to all of you, the governments, regional governments and the associates, as well as the UN system agencies, which we know have a strong commitment in support of women organizations that can make a contribution. With this, let me close this report, and then we'll listen to the rest of the members in the fund. Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm sorry. Let me make the formal introduction. Thank you, Cecilia, for your report. And now, let me have Lucy Garrido. She's the Communication and Campaigns Coordinator of Cotidiano Mujer and Articulación Feminista Marcosur, representing women's and feminist organizations and networks that make up the regional fund. Thank you, Madam Vice President. Proves that I come from the civil society, even worse, the feminist movement. We're not really, say, organized. Something Cecilia just said, this comes from this conference. No, she's right. But for that to be true, all those in the back and all that who are not here today. That is true, right? And even she was among them because she was not part of UN Women at the time. Anyway, let me say that because I'm sure you all want to go for lunch. Some 10 years ago here, there was a steering committee discussing the 25 years of Beijing. And I was here discussing the importance of having the fun. I wanted to convince them. I mean, many of us were talking. It was not just I remember that I used a very popular thing at the time. There was a Cuban sisters, which I believe were Cuban from the other end, but they were right on the song. They said, with these half a coin, I bought a goat. With the goat, I have a little goat, And all that with this half a coin. So the point was, we feminists and women's organizations, with half a coin, we were moving the world. But again, with half a coin. There's no right. I mean, after so many assessments and evaluations and reflections and macroeconomics and so on and so forth, this half a coin should become a real substantial support to strengthen women's organization. That's why we were asking the government to put together a regional fund. And the Mexican government at the time, it was a different government than we have today, I should say. It's amazing how sometimes this kind of unthinkable things happen. That government of Mexico agreed upon and gave us support with the rest of the government. They put together a team. A team started to work on what this fund would be like, what type of fun these crazy people want. We had the civil society as part of the team, and the result is that we have a fund. For now, it's not really funded, but it's a fund that it's non-existent anywhere in the world. This fund, where the steering committee, the board, is made up by the governments, the feminist organization, UN Women, and an ECLAC. So, I mean, this is a unique experience. Probably that's why we don't get the funding. I don't think so, but they should trust us, governments, and follow the example of Colombia and Mexico. We should trust and to add a bit more than half a coin, or some of them not even half a coin. And you have to know that it's important. This is a regional fund. This is the fund that may guarantee many things. For instance, there are certain countries where women's organizations are not funded. Are difficult for these organizations, big or small. They don't even have a half a coin. But if there is a regional fund in place, this is different. We have more solidarity. A regional fund is different. Latin America, it's been working on very successful regional funds. And we believe that this will be successful. That's why we are asking more funds for this fund, these 1,100. Sorry, we never thought it would be that many, but I really think there would be like 2,000, 3,000 applications. And I wish we had 3 millions in order to support them. 18 organizations, we offer them $20,000. Come on. Systems agencies, cooperation agencies, organizations, big NGOs around the world, they need to understand what this fund is and why we want it. Because on the other hand, we're discussing care, and we're attending a wonderful conference on care. And how are we going to fund care? Do you think there will be care if without an organized civil society, without feminists raising the hand, trying to be everywhere, demanding government from advancement, businesses, states? There will be nothing. Not even ministries of women, because ministries of women and the gender mechanisms are the result of the Beijing conference. That's one of the big things we need to celebrate in these 30 years. Having these ministries, having such platforms, and having made so much in 30 years. It's huge. The young girls maybe do not know that many of the things were already things in place. Like me when I was young, other feminists, other organizations achieved a vote on divorce here in Chile. It took a little longer. Divorce in Chile took very long, but now we have many important things in the region, many progresses that are non-existent in other places. That's our governments. And celebrating how Latin America, the progress we have made, so many tools we've achieved. Ideally, they could celebrate for being generous, offer solidarity with such a powerful movement we have, which will not stop. Thank you very much.
Agradecemos a Lucy Garrido.
We want to thank Lucy Garrido for her participation. And we will now again open the floor for the participation of different delegations. I again would like to request from delegates to please be adjusted to the 2 minutes of time so that we can have time for all of your participations. And with the help of the Secretariat, we will be creating the list, and hopefully you will place your sign standing up so we know who wants to participate.
Sí. Bueno, vamos a empezar. México, por favor.
Gracias, señora vicepresidenta, y no quería acaparar el micrófono como México.
Thank you very much. It is a
Aquí con ustedes, pero para México
It is a pleasure being here. And for Mexico, it is very important to hear about the achievement of this fund and the movement of women. Undoubtedly, the fund becomes a crucial element for the creation of the egalitarian societies. It is a very important element for the organization of the civil society. And thank you to Cecilia for reminding us of the origin of this fund and how this has become a very important tool of support for the organizations. And Mexico is part of the regional fund, which has meant that we have been able to witness the strengthening of these organizations and women's organizations in the region. We are all fully convinced that the fund should be a catalyst for the feminist activities and allows for women's voices, as the minister was expressing a while ago, that the whole of the region will be heard of. And it is a pleasure to get to understand about the calls of this fund have been growing. And we have been seeing different organizations that are participating in this fund. And as mentioned, in 2021, Mexico participated in the first call and participated with a very important participation. And this year, Mexico has another contribution with Colombia for this new participation of the regional fund. Therefore, for Mexico, we want to reiterate the call to all countries and cooperate by saying that this is an opportunity to promote the participation of women as the real characters or participants of these areas.
Muchas gracias a la maestra Jimena Mariscal.
Thank you, Jimena Mariscal from the Foreign Affairs Office. And Colombia, please. Thank you very much. And on behalf of the Colombian government, I want to thank all of the participations. Mexico is part of the support of organizations and movements of women and feminists. And as our action plan is expressing of Agenda 2025, the one that was approved last Saturday, and the policy of feminist activities, both are supporting the need of co-building policies with the organizations of feminist women. And it is in this sense that we believe an essential element or this project and the support of all of our countries so that this can continue working. It is in this sense that we believe that resources should not only become robust, but rather also be guided towards those organizations that have been positioning themselves in very complicated environments, such as the ones that are expressed by armed conflicts or violences that are affecting all of our countries, to not only defend the obtained achievements, but also to move forward in our collective mission of defending gender equality. We believe that it is crucial in an expansion context of the conservative speeches of the region, the support of women and feminists that are basically the first line of this struggle when dealing with the setbacks that we are seeing, including also setbacks in sexual and reproductive rights that in my government has become a priority to defend, as well as other social situations when seeing the attacks as LGBTQ plus groups. It is in this sense that I would like to include that not only there is a need of state elements and the challenges that we have in the financial area to look for different funding systems among other stakeholders that can guarantee the continuity of this very important project. Thank you very much. Thank you, Arlene Tigner, Ambassador of Gender Issues and Feminist Global Issues in Colombia. We do not have more participation, but we would like to ask from the different agencies whether you would like to take the floor.
Bueno, siendo así, agradecemos
We would like to thank this very first part of the participation and presentations, and we have now reached the time for a long break. We will reconvene at 2:30 p.m. Thank you very much.
Costa Rica. You represent the region as a member of the of the Bureau of the 69th Commission on the Status of Women. Good afternoon, and thank you for leadership. My sister Ana Garcia, Director for Gender Affairs of the division here at LAC. We continue to recognize, to appreciate you. My honorable minister, every minister is my minister. My honorable minister, Mayra Jimenez, Minister of Women Affairs of the Dominican Republic. We were together only a few days ago as we recognized the Dominican Republic's role with the International Day on Violence Against Women. My Minister Antonia Orellana, Minister of Women and Gender Equality of Chile, our host in this country. My sister Virginia Vargas, co-founder of the Flora Tristan Peruvian Women's Center and representative of the Mercosur Feminist Articulation. Colleagues from the women's movement, the young leaders here from civil society organizations and the UN agencies, the diplomatic community and the partners who are here with us. It is truly an honor to participate and introduce this special regional consultation session prior to the 69th session of the Commission on the Status of Women, which is focused on the review and appraisal of the implementation of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action adopted in 1995 and the outcomes of the 23rd special session of the UN General Assembly. 3 decades since its inception, the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action remains the most comprehensive and widely supported global agenda for gender equality, the women's rights, and empowerment. Its successful implementation is key to accelerating progress across the Sustainable Development Goals. Let me mention that UN Women, founded 14 years ago, was also founded to support the member states to deliver on the Beijing Platform for Action in CEDAW. And next year would also be observing our 15th anniversary. So UN Women is still an adolescent, but maturing of age. I would like to share with you some preliminary results of the Secretary General's report on Beijing Plus 30, which is being developed with inputs provided by 150 member states, which shows that countries remain committed to its implementation. The review for Latin America and the Caribbean region is the 4th of the regional reviews. We just had the review for Europe, the review in Central Asia, the review for Africa, for Asia and the Pacific, and we are here today. We are also looking forward to the review for the Arab states. The top priorities for states in the implementation of the Beijing Platform for Action, as analyzed from the 150 member state reports that we've received, include the following. The first is ending violence against women and girls. And violence against women and girls includes femicide. The ultimate form of violence against women is death. We see it happening. UN Women and UNODC, the Drugs and Crime Organization, have just released a report on this issue and on femicide, that every 10 seconds we lose a girl or a child due to death, intentional killing of women and girls. The second issue is equality and non-discrimination under the law and access to justice. Access to justice remains critical in a context where we still have impunity and where we also have perpetrator anonymity. 47% of the member states reports raise this issue. The third issue is quality education. Beyond access, it's quality education, is training and lifelong learning for women and girls. And 44% of the member states raised this issue in your national reports. And I want to recognize the significant advocacy and some of the substantive support that UN agencies such as UNESCO and UNICEF continue to provide. Political participation and representation remains a critical issue. And indeed, we continue to see the relationship between gender stereotypes, care challenges, and political participation. And we want to appreciate the member states' adoption of the resolution on online violence against women, which continue to limit participation in decision-making and into public office. The last issue that is very significant and raised, it's not the last issue, it's among the priority issues, is access to health, including sexual and reproductive health and rights, the autonomy and the ability of women to make decisions about their own bodies. But also, wherever you hear the word maternal mortality of a 14-year-old and a 24-year-old, or any maternal mortality, we are actually talking about death. We are talking about a woman's death. And so the issues on access to health, and it was good to also hear that there's continue to be strong work on HIV. Despite these commitments and progress has been uneven and in some areas regressive. The gender gap in labor force participation remains unchanged. Progress on poverty reduction, education, political representation, and child marriage remains very slow. I continue to challenge us and member states and question that the word child marriage seems to sanitize, normalize, and rationalize rape against girls. And we need to find an appropriate word that describes a crime of sexual violence against girls and against children. We can also observe a lack of progress due to strong
También podemos observar
over the past 5 years, but also there's been underlying bottlenecks and trends that are slowing the progress. The accountability gap, the growing backlash, the hollowing out of institutions, lack of investment, and many countries and communities are still experiencing the impact of COVID-19. And indeed, we continue to also see that the opportunities of digital and technology are not fully harnessed. In this challenging context, feminist women's movements continue to be vital drivers for change. Governments as primary duty bearers must lead by creating enabling environments for collective action. The issue of funding and resourcing community-led initiatives also remains a core concern and which needs to have continued support. As the 2030 deadline for SDG approaches, all actors must urgently recommit to the Beijing Declaration and the Platform for Action by focusing on, 1, strengthening accountability and institutional mechanisms for gender equality, strengthening our ministries of gender, the gender institutions that we have, including resourcing, training, and other capacities, amplifying women's voices and participation in decision-making, closing the financing gap, and investment in transformative action. We are very conscious of the ongoing negotiation on the financing for development, and we hope that as a region, you continue to carry a very strong voice and perspective around gender-responsive budgeting, domestic financing, debt reduction, and other related issues that we have continued to raise, including at the recent SEEDS4 conference. Leveraging technology for gender equality, a theme you discussed in the last CSW, remains important, and building resilient gender policies to withstand crisis and safeguard women's rights, including in climate-related issues. Today, I've witnessed with my own eyes and as I have witnessed in this region, during my time when I was working out of and on mission to Colombia, to Panama, to Antigua and Barbuda, and now here in Chile, and the time that I spent in Grenada, a new generation of feminist advocates is leading change, demanding concrete actions from the governments of our region and policymakers. We must turn these commitments into actions so that rights can be respected, protected, and guaranteed. The vision for the next 30 years toward the full realization of human rights of women and girls must include women and girls in all their diversities at the center so that no one is left behind. Indigenous women, Afro-descendant women, those living with disabilities, with limited mobilities, and those in the displaced camps, those who are mobile populations. Inclusion is important. Their rights must be protected. This generation has the transformative power to eradicate injustice, inequalities, discrimination, and violence that affect women and girls and keep us from achieving the goals of equality, development, and peace. We look forward to your negotiations of a political declaration, a robust, forward-looking, courageous political declaration, and we look forward to the UN General Assembly next year as you will continue to host the high-level meeting and for our heads of states to also continue to commit to action and to resources for gender equality, women's rights, and empowerment. Again, thank you. Thank you very much.
Damos las gracias por su intervención
We want to
a
thank
la señora
her participation,
Banda.
Madam Neretsae Gombanswanda, and we would like to now request from Cindy Hernandez. She is Minister of the Status of Women in Costa Rica, country that is serving as Vice Chair of the Bureau of the 69th session of the Commission on the Status of Women, by designation of the group of Latin America and Caribbean states, to please take the floor. Thank you very much, and good afternoon, Mrs. Naratsai Gumbunzwanda, Assistant Secretary General of the United Nations and Deputy Executive Director in charge of policy support, and Mrs. Maria Noel Baeza, dear colleagues here on the table, especially the new Secretariat of Mexico, dear ministers and representatives of the mechanisms for women, and duly respectful and with gratitude, special greetings to women feminists of the civil society that are here today with us, those that are not here with us on this earth, or those that are not here with us today, but that have allowed the possibility for women that are politicians such as myself be here. We respectfully greet you from Costa Rica, a country with tremendous responsibility and proud that has been designated as a country from Latin America to be the vice presidency of the 60th period of the CSW. My country wants to thank the trust that is not only honoring us, but also the trajectory of all of the activities of women, but also enforces the commitment with gender equality as a transformative pillar and inclusive in the region. We're gathering here in a very important time after 30 years of the adoption of the Declaration and the Action Platform of Beijing, a fundamental tool that is guaranteeing the rights of women, teens, and children. This anniversary is inviting us to reflect on the progress and challenges and all the opportunities to consolidate an agenda that is transformative and that integrates the lessons learned with the more important future and an equitable future. In Costa Rica, the national report, Beijing Plus 30, has been a very important and participatory work. If you were able to read it, you can see how Costa Rica worked on this analysis, and from the government, civil society, going through the private sector, and in different areas that have all participated in this effort. We not only reviewed public policies, programs, and we are convinced that we can design strategies that are more effective and adapted to the current challenges. Among the important achievements, we want to highlight the possibilities of strengthening of the economic autonomy of women. We also underlined the progress in sexual health and reproductive health, and the political participation of women with education and budgets, and all with a gender perspective. We are against violence of women, and with a specific law, with new programs such as the National Gender Equality Program and the gender path that is emphasizing the struggle against violence and care to accelerate the results of public policies in these matters. It is precisely due to the fact that there are many important achievements, there are challenges, and the need to strengthen co-responsibility of care, for example, to improve opportunities at work level, and also strengthen their political participation. Gender violence is still a critical problem that requires, or that means that inefficient activities or a little impact of the mechanisms of women should open a path to new models that are efficient, that are fostering regionalization so that the different offer impacts the territories and consolidates the leading role in transforming national activities into public policies that are comprehensively focused in closing the gender gaps. This is not only for Costa Rica, but it reflects the regional aspects that, even though there are inequalities, require structural activities that respond in a coordinated fashion. Our region, and Costa Rica specifically, has been a pioneer in responding to this, a legacy that has been going for 47 years in Latin America and the Caribbean. This regional leadership has been reflected in CSW, where Latin America and the Caribbean have reached a transformative perspective, contributing to women, climate change, and gender equality. And we celebrate the achievements, but also we acknowledge the need to double our efforts if we want to move forward, especially in the global context that has been marked by political, economic, and social challenges. It is in this path towards CSW, I urge you to reinforce our union to establish the collective commitment to women and children, and we have to consolidate a consensus, also considering an essential challenge. We have to add more voices that will allow us to establish renewed actions and to view those voices of women in rural environments, the voices of women that are disabled, for example. Women also that are political leaders from local governments that nowadays are working in public policy without have been going through the sensibilization processes, and we want them to be our voice as well. Just to mention some areas. As a minister of the women's condition, I reaffirm the idea that commitments are not only part of our speeches, but rather it is obtained through the implementation. The declaration and Beijing platform is providing a solid framework, but it is our responsibility to guarantee the concrete and sustainable activities. It will be an honor for Costa Rica to be able to transmit the voice of women in the next CSW with a declaration that we hope will be approved by the end of this activity. And I would like to end by thanking LAC, UN Women, to believe that this equality is where nations will be able to reach progress and justice to states that here represented are acknowledging that our alliance can transform realities to the movement of women to foster changes. And history has told us that the real changes do not occur because it is easier, but rather because it is necessary. And it will be us that through our union and strength will do what is necessary, and it will be possible for our voice in CSW becomes the voice that we will truly turn into the voice of all women in the region. Thank you very much.
Agradecemos el mensaje de
We'd
la
like to thank the message of Minister Cindy Quesada Hernandez. She's the Minister of the Status of Women of Costa Rica. And next, we'll ask our dear Ana Güesmes Garcia. She's the Director of the Gender Affairs at ICLAC to present the document, the regional report on the examination of the declaration and the action platform of Beijing 30 years on, in synergy with the implementation of the regional gender agenda. Thank you, Vice President Ingrid Gomez, dear delegates. I'd like to welcome I greet Basay Bumbo and Mariano El Baeza, Minister Quesada, Minister Jimenez, Minister Antonia Orellana, who is here embracing us all, Minister Mayra Jimenez and Virginia Vargas, who will be commenting. 30 years ago, the governments that were involved in the Fourth World Conference on Women committed to promoting the peace, development, and equality objectives for all women in the world in the interest of all mankind. That is why we decided to entitle the report that you have in your folders and that is available in English and Spanish, the draft regional report, which is called Action for Equality. The report collects important lessons learned and breakthroughs in a region that is advancing to formal equality by law, the principle of non-discrimination. But one of the biggest contributions of that report of you delegates of the countries is that this is the time to accelerate the achievement of substantial equality. There's progress, but not at the right pace, and not at enough pace. So we would like to tell you that we have made a huge effort to consolidate in this effort the aspirations of the declaration and Beijing platform and declaration in synergy with the regional gender agenda. Thank you, Minister, for the reference and the leadership in this region, but also in complying with the two conventions that are fundamental for women's rights, the Convention on the Elimination of All Kinds of Discrimination and the Belém do Pará Convention. I'd like to tell you that this report is based on 22 national reports that the governments are supposed to prepare and that are available on our webpage to the statistics that we consolidate in the Gender Equality Observatory that was presented by Lucia Scuro this morning. I'd like to tell you that there are 3 countries that have presented those reports after the deadline, and they will be considered in the report that we'll be preparing as a final one. Of course, we have received contributions mainly from UN Women and their team, and also from UFPA, UNDP, and ILO in the preparation of this report, and of several divisions of ICLAC. I'd like to say that the report has been jointly coordinated with Diana Rodriguez, who is here today with me. Then one of the things that we have structured and that we were requested is the difference that exists, because this report discusses the last 5 years, but in the last 30 years, this is a region that in many cases came out of very cruel dictatorships, that is progressing towards democratization, which is a region that looks for peace, and as I said, shows a significant regulatory progress, and as we have seen along these days, we are a witness of women's movement and feminist movement of these significant transformations, with a slow but ongoing increase in labor engagement and of women who receive their own income and come out of poverty. Also, we are facing accelerated pace of digital technologies, but also, we're also facing the effects of climate change, of environmental degradation, demographic and epidemiological transformations, and an increasing care crisis that we have also documented. And in the last 5 years, which is the report period that we are reporting, and many of those reports, they talk about strengthening of gender mainstreaming in the government and in national statistics. These processes, as we have learned in the region, are not necessarily linear. It is many times a pendular strategy, but in general, we can say that there have been significant strengthening processes. The report is present in all reports that we have reviewed. What is highlighted is the COVID-19 crisis, because it created a significant setback in terms of women's rights. Also, it also accounts for this multiple cascading global crisis, the three traps that we have documented of low growth, high inequality, and low social mobility, and also a resurgence of conservative views that jeopardize women's rights. The report, as usual, is based on this conceptual framework, which is a framework that has been built by you in the last 47 years, and on which also, just like Minister Cindy Quesada, I also recognize all those who actually trailblazed in order to put women's autonomies and gender equality at the center, from a human rights approach, articulating the regional gender agenda with Beijing, but also the 2030 agenda for sustainable development, and with a message that is structural and that is clearly coming from ICLAC, which is inequality is structural in our region. You cannot analyze gender inequality if we do not talk about the four structural challenges of inequality that come from the Montevideo strategy, which is socioeconomic inequality and the persistence of poverty, discriminatory, violent, and patriarchal cultural patterns, and the predominance of the cultural privilege, the rigid sexual division of labor, and unfair social organization of care, and the concentration of power. Now, on to the report, and UN Women as its deputy director has mentioned, has been organized around 6 work areas. The first one is inclusive development, shared prosperity, and decent work. The main message in the region, in this area, is to transforming the sexual division of labor, redressing the unfair distribution of care, work, and increasing the economic empowerment of women. This is a core area in many of the equality policies, but of course, not enough yet. Here, you see our reality. A strong setback during the pandemic in 2023. It came back to the previous level, but that setback was almost 20 years. And 1 out of 2 women is not connected to the labor market, unlike the case of men. They are close to 75% of engagement, and the care overburden This is the main barrier. It's a region that made breakthroughs, achieved breakthroughs in terms of educational parity, and some of the countries that are showing those high statistics. The first thing that we'd like to discuss, which has to do with our Buenos Aires commitment, is what deals with the idea that women devote many times three times the time compared to men. This idea that we have to work in addressing this sexual labor division, and especially the framework of the 5 Rs that is proposing ILO. We're working as a UN system of recognition, redistribution, and representation, but also doing everything in decent working conditions. And also the consensus is something interesting in several of the reports about the need of driving a higher degree of engagement of women in highly male-dominated sectors. And many of the knowledge-intensive sectors that seem to have better levels of labor conditions, salary, are areas where women are not necessarily involved. So we have the very feminine-based care system, and also sectors related to knowledge-based jobs, mostly held by males. This also focuses on progress that has been made in the design of implementation of care policies. At least 5 countries have established these systems by law: Colombia, Costa Rica, Uruguay, Panama, and Ecuador. We'd like to salute Brazil, that recently adopted a national care policy, and it will be dealt in the Senate. Same thing applies to Chile. We have those processes running, and there are legislative initiatives in a number of countries in the region. And also at the same time, progress is being made in this other concept, which is the social and gender co-responsibility criterion that is mentioned in 7 countries. And another element that we're working on, and which has to do with the timing for care. Still in the region are maternity leaves, but only 15 countries have established maternity leaves of at least 14 weeks, which is the ILO Convention Convention number 183. And it's a region that is going very slow in terms of paternity leaves. Only 4 countries are reporting or do have paternal leaves: Chile, Colombia, and Uruguay. But we can also show systematic progress is in terms of statistics. 23 countries have official time use measurements. 18 countries are reporting on the care and domestic work indicator, and 5 countries have officially calculated a satellite account of unpaid household work. So this is significant progress. This morning we already heard from Mexico about this cumulative statistics. Also, we see that incentives have been developed besides innovations. I believe big innovations we are seeing, for example, the georeference maps. We have several countries and cities that are already developing geospatial statistics to locate the care supply in the territories. There are countries that are also reporting a larger degree of understanding of community care. And we wanted to mention the household workers, practically a sector that was household remunerated workers. They were hit hard during the pandemic with high degrees of lack of formalization. And we see that there are 4 countries, for example, that developed programs to promote their fundamental risks with reinforced formalization measures. As we said, there are countries that adopted measures to not only have a more affirmative approach to gender, but to labor inclusion of rural women, indigenous women, and also LGBTQ plus individuals who are developing affirmative policies with an intersectional approach. This is what we also wanted to consider in the report, that you can see different experiences and practices. And some of them are more emerging and others are quite consolidated in the region. The next area that we're exploring is the poverty eradication, social protection, and social services. And here the main rationale is that one needs to overcome socioeconomic inequality and the persistence of poverty, the need to strengthen social protection and social services. This is a region, and this is how it's being taken to the social summit, that needs that social protection to be universal, both contributive and non-contributive. And in that sense, we see with some degree of concern that 1 out of 4 women do not have their own income in the region, compared to 1 out of 10 men, and although there has been some progress in terms of poverty reduction, as we can account for in the social perspective of this year, but the feminization of poverty persists. So we need to make additional efforts, especially for urban women, for indigenous and Afro-descendant women. All indicators are showing that poverty and inequality is impacting them more.
On the other hand, we see as positive all these counter-cyclical policies developed by the countries during the pandemic. There were some social protection policies and of expansion of policies and programs, especially non-contributory social protection policies through cash transfers and non-contributory pensions. These are very important. So measures such as raising the minimum wage or expanding social protection, non-contributory social protection, have a clear benefit in terms of gender equality. This presentation is available in English, both as a document as in PowerPoint form. It's on the website. Something that is also interesting is that the 22 transfer programs had some component where women were the main recipients of monetary entitlements, and there was some progress in the region in terms of laws that were passed ensuring access to or decriminalizing voluntary termination of pregnancies. So there were advances in sexual and reproductive rights, also regarding STEM education, engineering, mathematics, to improve the participation of women and girls in these areas. Another thing that's very interesting and quite promissory is that some countries already have recognized unpaid work for calculation and for its inclusion in pensions. We also see advances in comprehensive sexual education in the different countries. So there is a significant reduction in the last few years, again, of teen pregnancies, although it continues to be an ongoing issue, also very painful in the region. We also have the eradication of violence, of stigma and stereotypes. It is necessary to generate sustainable and comprehensive policies because the discrimination, the violence against women and girls requires a much more solid, sustainable, and strategic response. We are seeing some activism, and there is a day that is remembered, such as the movement of women, the Dominican Republic, and the UN, and they are making a call to action. There are no excuses. That will be the message this year. So 63% and 66% of women, between 63 and 76% of women have experienced some sort of violence in the region, and We calculate that there are around 11 deaths of women. That's how it's calculated by gender every day. It is a quite alarming number with significant advances in all countries. There's some sort of legislation. 14 countries have moved forward with comprehensive policies. 19 have criminalized femicide. In the case of gender-related killing, there are 10 countries that have standards on the production of information on violence and/or femicide, and 14 countries, and this is something that has strongly brought Africa and the Caribbean together, and it's a global champion effort. They seek to eliminate child marriage without exceptions by law and in practice in the region. It is something that has been extremely important and has made progress in the last few years. The region is also making progress in reporting other forms of violence. For example, violence in the public sphere, political violence. 5 countries have made progress here. Others are making efforts to promote economic autonomy of women that are suffering or facing violence. There are 7 countries that have reported work in situations that are not egalitarian. So there are initiatives to foster these efforts and to have nonviolent masculinity and intersectional approaches. And the last 2, participation, accountability, and gender-responsive institutions with gender perspective. This is related to this concentration of power and hierarchical relationships. Something that pops out here is that there are data in our region that show us we are still far from parity, especially at a local level. With the local governments, there's only 27%. There has been an effort made to have more paritary representation, but women are sometimes more represented in social development and education and health, the more social arena. But it is still a region that continues to seek parity. There are 9 countries that have parity rules, and we have 9 that have quotas or quota laws. Argentina was the first country in the world, even before Beijing, to advance in this direction. And we have 14 countries that punish and prevent political violence. A noteworthy example would be Mexico with their idea of parity everywhere. It stands out in terms of parity measures since 2019 with the constitutional reform mandating parity at all levels of government. The next slide shows peaceful and inclusive societies. The women's agenda with peace and safety is important, also protecting human rights. It's something that the region has systematically taken to global fora. It is of the utmost importance for the region. 12 countries today in the report that you have at hand. There are 10, but we are very pleased to say that in the last month, Ecuador and Colombia have joined with an action plan on women, peace, and security. Differentiated impact of crime during conflict situations. You will find very noteworthy experiences in Guatemala, Bolivia, with the recovery of historical memory, this idea that sexual violence or sexual crimes against women are used as a weapon. And we wanted to especially recognize Colombia in the final agreement between Colombia and the FARC revolutionary forces, because it is first example in 2016, a global reference for good practices in women's participation and the inclusion of gender perspective in peace negotiations. Very important. And we'd like to recognize them. And they are recognized in the report. The last is environmental conservation, protection, and restoration. From a gender perspective, 15 countries have developed action plans, strategic action plans, or roadmaps on climate change. The before mentioned Escazú Agreement, and 17 countries have signed. And this year, they have mandated the inclusion of gender in its implementation. We've rescued or taken a note of all the efforts of the Caribbean, where they have been strongly affected by climate change, with the creation of early alerts, with the training of nations, and of course, activities to offer resilience and strategic plans. Finally, we move on to recommendations for action.
Entonces, sobre estas mismas áreas,
on these areas, staying open to conversation and to your opinions in terms of inclusive development, shared prosperity, and decent work, we have labor inclusion to transform the sexual division of labor, affirmative action for the full participation of women in masculinized sectors, and engineering, for example, more masculine sectors, and decent work and the care economy. This was the theme at the ILO summit this year. Professionalization, certification, formalization, eradicating poverty and reducing socioeconomic inequality. As the executive secretary of LAC said this morning, how can we articulate our conference with the social summit? We have a lot to say on contributory policies, non-contributory policies, and of course, to continue to work with essential services that are of easy access and quality services, universal services, increasing humanitarian aid and infrastructure. The third has to do with ending violence, stigmas, and gender stereotypes. Systematically, we've seen this systematically in the region and then the convention. There is a full implementation of laws and policies to prevent, address, and punish all forms of gender-based violence and discrimination. And public institutions, a very comprehensive response to the complex causes and manifestations of violence. It will be much more systematic. We have colleagues here from LAC, from the presidency that is now in the hands of Chile. They're sessioning to move forward faster in order to end this scourge, which is the tip of the iceberg of inequality and discrimination. Avoiding power concentration, moving towards parity. And something that was mentioned in the report is the intersectional perspective with the participation of women in equal conditions. Next year, we will also commemorate Resolution 1325, true advance for women. And another topic that is quite peculiar for the region is the response to human mobility, so that it can be safe and in a protected fashion, bearing in mind the human rights of people who are in this situation. And the last one has to do with environmental conservation, protection, and rehabilitation. We have already had prior consultations on how to further articulate the mechanisms, especially in relation to women and also with environmental authorities in each country. We see this in the quality plans on reporting on women and girls and the environment, and of course, free prior consent and free consent on these matters in order to advance on the plan to protect the defenders of human rights and the environment. And finally, the Escazú agreement, mainstreaming gender perspective there of. The last part of the report has to do with enabling conditions and drivers, the hows. So these are the main pillars for the implementation of Montevideo, of the 10 pillars. We've mentioned only 4 that we feel should be further strengthened. The first one is gender institutions, governance and institutional capacities. This is one of the main efforts made by the region in the past 30 years with a high level of hierarchy, and we need to strengthen their role with sufficient resources so they can fulfill their mandates. They're essential. And in many of the reports that you have made, you're reporting the need to count on sufficient resources that are many times more progressive. One thing we touched upon this morning was information to eliminate statistical silence. It doesn't really exist. And the idea of transforming data into information into decision-making, and hopefully decision-making or political decision-making will bring clear, concrete, evident results in order to reach this sustainable objective.
El financiamiento. El financiamiento no puede ser solo doméstico. Hay una gran conversación global acerca de la arquitectura financiera internacional, acerca de los
international and the macroeconomic arrangements in our global world, and the idea of how to increase revenues in a progressive manner so as to contribute to gender equality and sustainability. Number 4 is the participation or engagement of civil society to guarantee a safe environment for full and significant engagement of civil society organizations, particularly not only the equality agenda, but also the key agenda of governments and states and all the negotiations which are that our region is going through. And that is what we would like to discuss, as well as tell you that to date the deadline to receive the national reports would be December the 10th. The deadline to receive inputs for the draft report is based on an analysis that you have shared. We have lots of colleagues involved in the thorough analysis. That doesn't, if it's not referred to, that doesn't mean that you're not being part of it. But we have been very careful on underlying the emphasis you've. So we have extended the deadline for specific inputs until December the 21st. We will be adding those inputs. And the idea is for the regional report, nice drafting. And then will be the input that you will be taking to the 69th session. Next year, in the review of Sustainable Development Goals, one of the goals that will be reviewed will be number 5. So besides this report, we will have some sort of a momentum to review this in this forum of Sustainable Development Goals of the region, how progress is being made in the region, and we'll also be coordinating with the UN Women so that these inputs and contributions we've been sharing with our colleagues, so that the voice of the region, so that the statistics of the region, so that the best practices of the region, but also for the efforts that we are applying are included in the global report. I believe we have one more. And in closing, like the executive secretary said, time to make the strategic investments and public policies to move towards gender equality in the society of care. That will be the main idea of the next conference. This is something we are working towards. And my Madam Ministers, ladies and gentlemen in the room, is how we can do this better. How can we do this faster? How can we make these structural transformations, but also knowing that the long term starts the same day on the short term. We have a huge responsibility. We have a legacy. We are the first generation that probably massively achieved education, vote, thinking of a common future, and definitely we live in a region with huge inequalities, with lots of violence, but also with a high dose of dignity. So I wish we'll be successful, and I wish we'll be successful soon. And you can always count on us as a secretary to support these processes. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank Ana Westmas for this presentation of the full document prepared by ECLAC on the occasion of the 30th anniversary of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action. We will now break for coffee. It's a 15-minute break. We'll be here back in the room bit before 4 p.m. Thank you.
Quand est-ce que tu es venu? Avant-hier. Et toi, ce matin?
Más personas antes de iniciar.
Sí.
Bueno, pues vamos a regresar a los trabajos de esta sesión.
Let's get started with the session. That, as we said, is the special session on prior consultation to the 69th session of the Commission on Legal and Social Status of Women that will focus on the assessment of the application of the Beijing Declaration and Platform and of the results of the 23rd extraordinary session period of the General Assembly. So, without further, I'd like to offer the floor to the Minister of Women of the Dominican Republic, Ms. Mayra Jimenez, for her comments on the document that has just been presented to us. Please, Mrs. Jimenez.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you.
Aprovecho para externar en nombre del
I'd
Estado
like to,
dominicano
on behalf of the Dominican state, to extend
las colegas
greetings to all our
este panel,
colleagues
pero
that are
también
part of
a
this
todas las que están
panel, but also all those of you who are here present in this session, just like the representatives of civil society, also of cooperation organizations that are here with us, and of the different agencies. We'd like to say that it is an honor to comment the valuable findings presented by Ana Guesmese. Thank you very much, Ana, for this regional report. So my first remarks are to recognize both UN Women as well as ICLAC for the effort in preparing this report, because the document covers the actions that have been implemented by the states in the context of the Beijing's declaration and platform. And also this report that has been presented also reflects the enormous challenges to achieve gender equality, and that this can be effective and comprehensive. This report as well reflects how the Beijing Declaration and the regional gender agenda supplement each other through the agreements achieved in the regional conference of women in Latin America and the Caribbean. We saw how the Beijing commitments are reinforced and start aiming at a contextualized implementation according to the needs and the demands we have in our region. Like we all know, the last 5 years brought with them several challenges and crises that have impacted the regional gender agenda, as Anna stated, and the implementation of the Beijing agreements. The report also provides data on setbacks that have been experienced and on which we need to work. For example, the one caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, both in terms of female labor engagement, as well as
alrededor de 3
how
años
almost
revertir
3 years
lo que aconteció.
it has taken to us almost 3 years to address what happened then, and we've also been able to see how we still see some of the remnants of the impacts that we need to overcome. The report as well covers the significant efforts that are being made from the states. We should recognize that the progress that has been made facing these challenges, including important public policies to foster or to promote access to feminine labor in sectors that have been highly masculinized, such as construction industry, and technology industry. Also on programs that intend to increase access to credit for women's entrepreneurship. So this is something significant. We must always repeat that equality cannot only be achieved through rights. We need to make sure that women are at the center of public policy making for their empowerment, economic empowerment. And this, taking into account and placing women at the center in rural areas, those who experience the effects of social labor division in an exacerbated manner, and that we must make sure that we keep on working in line with the Inter-American Decade for the Rights of All Women, young women and girls. Lucy, she's here. She deserves a round of applause every time when she's present.
Si bien estas políticas han contribuido,
these policies have significantly contributed to reverting this low participation trend in the labor market acquired during the pandemic. The report has also revealed that the main barrier for labor inclusion of women continues to be a disproportionate burden of the care tasks. The report also includes efforts made by the state on co-responsibility and care. The care which we have achieved in this region, which is a part of the public agenda, which is a significant and important advance. But social protection in our countries continues to be a significant challenge, especially the report, which expresses or stresses the importance of the production of statistics and the use of time. 23 countries have official statistics or, surveys for this measurement, and it's valuable that this data that has been collected has been used to formulate public policies that are aimed at satisfying the care demand. We need to recognize the huge effort that is being made by the observatory, as we saw this morning. Several countries have adopted normative frameworks and public policies for the creation of comprehensive care systems, experiences which the Dominican Republic is consolidating. We've also extended the maternity and paternity leaves, and we're advancing towards a dignification of labor conditions of people who carry out domestic and care work that is paid. So we are moving towards building a care society with sustainable life models that are fair and equitable for all. On the other hand, this report has persisting challenges that we see in female poverty, despite the fact that our region has been able to reduce extreme poverty, but the feminization indexes of poverty have not been reduced. In Latin America and the Caribbean, 1 out of every 4 women do not have their own income, and this affects less than 1 out of 10 men. Femininity index in poverty shows us that in 2022, out of every 100 men, there were 117.7 women in the same situation. So several of our states have taken significant and firm steps to bridge this gap with a regional trend towards prioritization of women in monetary transfer policies, as we have seen for women, pregnant women, women who are heads of household, and for women who are victims of violence, gender violence, domestic violence as well. In this case, we find the Dominican Republic making efforts to put itself at the center of these public policies. The report recognizes the prioritization of the education of girls, teens, and youth as a strategy to fight poverty, and observes that the conclusion rates or completion rates of elementary and high school are higher in men, but there are still barriers that continue this segregation with the subrepresentation of women in career in sciences, in technology, engineering, and math. So there is still a huge challenge ahead of us in this sense. Academic preparation of women is not reflected in their participation in the labor market, where they continue to see huge unemployment rates, informality, and a lack of coverage and social protection. Therefore, it is key for our states to double their efforts to continue facing the structural changes of these inequalities. We have also made some progress in a normative sense. The states have adopted laws and policies that are more comprehensive in violence against women. They eliminate child marriage, laws against trafficking of persons, laws that promote political parity, and that classify political violence against women. That is to say, that we have had significant or many legislative initiatives that are of the essence, and we need to recognize them, because without the effort of women, today we would not have this legal framework that still lacks so much in order for us to consolidate women's human rights, but still represents significant levels of progress. These must continue to motivate us to strengthen normative frameworks, bearing in mind that in themselves they are not enough. And in this region, it is very clear we must continue to work on education for equality as part of the transformation of culture, of this chauvinistic culture that the region has, as it is structural and systemic. The eradication of detrimental practices and crimes, such as child marriage, early unions, teen pregnancies, and femicides, among others, for which it is necessary, from our perspective, to include men as active participants to produce these changes. We cannot do it without them, working only amongst women and understanding it as a problem only of women. It is a problem of society as a whole, and we need the active participation of all. One, because they can be very powerful allies, and we need to work with them so that they unlearn the things that they have learned in terms of not having values and a commitment where we can all live basing ourselves on these rights. And the structural inequalities are also reflected in different crises, such as climate crises, environmental and humanitarian crises. So to build peaceful societies that are sustainable and resilient, change, it is essential for us to adopt an approach bearing in mind equality and with an intersectional perspective that will include women in decision-making for the construction and mediation of peace and climate change solutions. For this, the strengthening or all the challenges presented by the institutional architecture of these national mechanisms to advance women is essential as agents for this cross-cutting nature of gender. All these mechanisms are of the essence to optimize and carry out the implementation of public policies together with the Beijing Convention and the gender agenda in an intersectional manner with human, political, and financial technical resources that are enough. This report, ladies and gentlemen, that has been presented to us this afternoon motivates us to continue to put the premise that all state matters are women's matters, that when we talk about economy, when we talk about development, we talk about the environment, when we talk about technology, when we talk about security, we're also talking about women, and it will not be possible without us. And all these topics and here at ECLAC, we hear it often, also UN Women, it needs to be measurable with statistics that are adequate, disaggregated, and with statistics that are timely. Finally, in view of the 30th anniversary of the Beijing Declaration, I would like to mention the need to strengthen the institutional architecture for equality. We need an architecture, an institutional architecture that is robust and that is accompanied by a sufficient budget for the policies to address the policies that need to be implemented. We need to strengthen interinstitutional coordination and also intersectorial coordination. And finally, we must continue to ask and take measures in order to have sufficient and timely data, as we just mentioned. I would like to once again reiterate my thanks and ask that you take into account the recommendations so that we can implement these with the national mechanisms in order to advance women, for which, from our country, from the Dominican Republic, we would like to stress our commitment. Thank you once again to ECLAC, to UN Women. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for your comments. We would like to invite Antonia Arellana, Minister of Women and Gender here in our host country, Chile.
Buenas tardes a todas, todos y todes.
Good afternoon, all colleagues, authorities, representatives of the national mechanisms for women, civil society, diplomats, and of course the UN and the adjunct vice director. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. It is a pleasure to have you here in Chile. You honor us with your presence. It's also an honor for me to participate in this high-level panel on the report that Ana Westmis offered and read to us on equality. And it is 30 years after the Beijing Declaration and Platform. In 1995, I was 5 years old. In Chile at the time, women were unable to participate in mining. We didn't have a divorce law. Domestic workers didn't have rights. And children born out of wedlock, who you couldn't really separate because divorce didn't exist, had different civil rights than those born within the marriage. So today we live in a different country, in a different region, and that is why I would like to thank every single person that actually paved the way for this to be possible in Latin America and the Caribbean. All yours.
Beijing platform has been a fundamental framework to promote equality, as given at agreements, historical agreements and frameworks that have set the goal all over for the rights of women as well as in the region. However, the greatest lesson is that these agreements are not just a piece of paper or words. Thus, they should become actions expanding the rights of women and girls throughout our diversity. We agree with the proposal through the Declaration of the Civil Society, which I commend and I thank, to accelerate the implementation of the Beijing Platform as a must to face the setbacks, to preserve our rights, and to move forward substantial equality. We call you in order to double the efforts to transform structural challenges still in place and to make effective the rights of women's diversity. Thus, we need to acknowledge the setbacks, both political and social, that we face through the pandemics. The health crisis not only exposed but amplified the gender inequalities, but also the structural inequalities of our region and of the world. But we can also discuss resilience that we've shown as a society. A year ago, we recovered the female labor insertion to numbers before the pandemic. So the efforts have not been vain, but provides us the ability to react to things such as pandemic. Although we had a big lesson, the rights of women are still vulnerable to system-wide crisis. We need a sounder protection to guarantee sustainability and the depth towards the coming generations. The pandemic is not the only threat. As the report says, we see a concerning growth of conflicts in the region and around the world, together with the emergence of political wagers questioning the rights of women and look to limit autonomy, using authoritarian practices to exercise power and to perpetuate discrimination. Even they question the mere existence of gender institutionality, our agreed language, like 30 years ago, and the strategies as a government we've used and as a state we've used for this progress. These trends not only account for a setback in the achievements made, but also that's a threat to sustainability of our democracies. We know all too well that the feminist organizations, Lina, what's bad for women, it's bad for democracies. So, given this scenario, the consensus built throughout these 30 years demand from us that for more. The region has shown that equality is a requirement for the development achieved and for long-lasting peace. In our mandate, we have adopted specific actions. We passed a comprehensive violence law addressing gender violence. We're moving forward in building the care system, Chile Cuida, expanding what the President Michelle Bachelet did with the aggressive budget allocations, 20%, 37% for this year, expanding but also by regulating through a new law the right for care. That will not mean an obligation, not a fatal destination for women, but with the perspective of social and gender co-responsibility. Because, and we all know this in the region, we cannot just think of family co-responsibility, thinking of a family that in our minds may exist, but that is not consistent with the reality of our countries and our societies. But most women in the region are alone, are alone at home. So besides social correspondence, we need an equitable redistribution of care tasks. Along the same lines of this regional cultural phenomena, we have 1 billion in terms of contributions, and that will be collecting through the new mechanism of banking access and savings. We'll be submitting a bill that will extend the sexual and reproductive rights of women, installing democratically, unlike when the dictator did it back in 1889, a democratic debate on legal abortion. These measures not only are consistent with the women's demands, but also are a step into changing the conditions that perpetuate inequalities and violence. But we need consensus. If we want to strengthen democracy, we have to do it through the majorities and democracies that we have to continue to build with the women's right. Therefore, we need an emphasis on new generations, because the present and the future of women equality depends on gender equality depends on them. We see with certain level of concern that here in Chile and in the region that the youth is perpetuating models that we thought that were gone. In 2022, 12.8% of the youth, boys and girls, justified violent acts against women, a number that doubled since 2015, which shows us despite progress, still we haven't been able to eradicate cultural patterns supporting gender violence, and there are certain policies we cannot let go, such as education, prevention, and promotion of equality and respect policy from the early ages. Within this context, this report places an emphasis and not to strengthen the protection mechanism and to promote the rights of women, to preserve the rights achieved, and to build a specific action to achieve the unachieved goals. There is a big challenge ahead, but let's not be discouraged. The best memory we have that the things that can be changed is when we'll look 30 years back. Inequality, violence are not just a mandate for our region nor for women, and therefore, like the previous generations did that blazed the trail, let's move forward with conviction to the substantial equality we countries need. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Minister Antonia Orellana. It's important to remember the history of our projects and not to neglect that there was a big responsibility of not to repeat history. If I may, let me ask Virginia Vargas. She's the co-founder of the Peruvian Women's Center Flora Tristán of Peru and member of the Articulación Feminista Marcosur, to use the floor. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm a sore throat, and I hope that I will be speaking very slow so that you can follow me. First of all, let me commend and let me thank ECLAC and UN Women that as a feminist, that is our goal. UNIFEM used to be the team before. They've always been our feminist partners, strategic partners, with whom we have shared, we've moved forward, that we've achieved many of our goals. So this report by Anna Westmes offers a thorough view of the achievements in the Beijing platform. It's a comprehensive approach on the progress, the items still open. That's an important link between the action platform and the ongoing outcomes of political systematization submitted by ECLAC in regional conferences through consensus and through all the activities implemented. So progress has been made. Everybody said that. So you too are also part of what I'm thinking of, but we still have things to do, as seen in the report. Little resources, low mainstreaming, low importance at the institutional level, and the positioning on things that are actually against women's right, which means, among other things, the weak political will from many of Latin American and Caribbean governments to properly size topics which are key to women in achieving autonomy economically, sexually, politically, culturally, where all the struggles and fights leading to an autonomy in different dimensions, as these two presentations have contributed to. And this is key to move forward. The executive director of ECLAC, the secretary, which was really interesting. It is true that the regional context, the world context, is not helping. Besides the civil crisis of resisting a model that is resisting responsibility, we have different geopolitics. We have other forms of war, along with the this is a system that it's a colonial, anti-ecological, patriarchal, capitalist system with low intensity of democracy in many countries, which is affected by anti-democratic forces, with some recent examples which are quite dramatic. So we're going through times where the old is still there, and the new, which will try to consolidate the democracy, it's moving forward. And this is an example, but it's not yet positioned. New generations then have the task to move forward in this process. From the feminist economy, it is clear that the current crisis of capitalism shows the inability of the system to generate livable lives. So it's not just conflict between capital and labor, but a conflict between capital and life. Let me add the same idea of development that is preventing us from moving forward. And let me quote here Alicia Bárcena, she's the former executive secretary of ECLAC, that in many ways, I've selected only one of her quotes, which are like many. It is necessary, she said, breaking away from the economic paradigm prevailing in the region for at least 4 decades. And that proposal, it's a call to all the stakeholders involved, but mainly governments, to challenge these ground rules and to build a different set of rules. That's why analyzing the extended agenda of the Beijing platform after 30 years, it's not an easy task. Economic conditions and political and subjective cultural conditions and emotional conditions are different after 40 years, although it is clear that some dimensions of the content have been achieved relative to the platform. Many of the open items are still opportunity for change. Likewise, we need to revisit and to reaffirm the new categories, paths and horizons of change in these 30 years, which is a much longer process that, considering the new understanding, the complex concepts and dimensions of change as a way to enhance what's being offered by the action platform, and which is also contained in the report presented by Anna. So a socio-political, economic and subjective dimension, which is part of the report, is inequality, which becomes critical today. It shows structural barriers having an impact on women's situations and other excluded groups, and offers a new meaning so as to identify challenges posed by a view that it's different. Thank you.
Gracias.
There are different categories that evidently require a review. As an example, the category of poverty and how it has been analyzed in the discrimination in their situation. There has been a double perverse and unpolitical situation. The tremendous inequality in our societies has been obscured and replaced by the concept of poverty, turned into today a category that is apolitical because it is hiding the fact that there is not a lack of resources and wealth, but rather we know it is, as in Latin America, inequality of the distribution of that wealth. And Latin America is the most unequal region of the world. To not define what is establishing poverty has a long-lasting impact on how people are self-perceiving and are perceived by the society as a mass that is victimized, that it is always suffering different situations by establishing the evidence of a lack instead of analyzing poverty as a lack of access to equality and citizenship of women and their democratic rights. From victims to deservers of right. That is the leap that we need to take. Equality is another dimension, another concept that is seen as one of the pillars that has been guiding our activities throughout all this time. Nonetheless, even though we do aspire to equality, this will not be possible if it is not positioned from diversity. Equality in itself does not take into account the distance and appropriation of the rights that are benefiting a few and less than many. It is all part of a process that is a universal process in the positioning of the differences of women, diversity with women that are indigenous, Black, disabled, or with special skills. They are all expressing a Latin American reality that is not usually taken into account in all of its richness, which is we are a pluricultural continent, multi-ethnic, and hopefully plurisexual continent, such as Latin America and the Caribbean. And it allows us to consider a new area of change, taking into consideration new technologies and to be able to get close to the current reality. This is a fundamental expression of how the horizon has been broadening of changes and different alternatives in Latin America, the presence of voices and proposals and perspectives of the participants that are recovering this diversity in the region. So, of course, we do have some of the categories that are all fundamental, such as decolonization, the non-patriarchal activities, and I believe that the way to think about all this and the previous knowledge that has been so important are not useful on their own. And there is a perspective from the cosmovision, in this case, indigenous, of course, with a well-being, with Abiyala, which is how Latin America is called, with the American Africa, which is what the feminists in Africa are considering our region as. And this is how we can really find a substantial equality that can be recovering the dimension of diversity. The other topic that is being discussed and that undoubtedly is a gain, which is important for us, is parity. It is a democratic right of women, of their acknowledgement as part of the group, but patriarchy is not stopping. There are many different types of violence, but we have political issues, and this is coming given how there are many politicians that are being killed, and then there is a political perspective of all this. And this situation is forcing us to ask whether quantitative struggle, given the presence of all, is enough, or presence is just a means, as Angeles is saying, to be able to get to a goal, which is to change the democratic horizons in the priority of politics and how it is going to benefit citizens. And to be able to work in politics, parity needs another way of thinking and feeling, which is different to the masculine patriarchal perspective without a commitment to democracy at public level and at private level. And there are many other different dimensions, but I know that I am just finishing here because there are the previous speakers mentioned important elements, and I am recommending to go see, which is what we presented about the feminist networks, representing what we are requesting to the different governments. I will just be talking about what is happening with ecology in the sense that it is also a lack, where right now I was told that it was 17 states or 18 states have been signed had signed the Escazú agreement. So we're missing almost half of the countries, and that is urgent as ending violence against women. That is not only growing, but it was terrible during the pandemic, but right now it has acquired this characteristic of a silence pandemic that is growing continuously. And undoubtedly, there are many more advancements in new technologies, new dimensions, and the positioning of the autonomy as a fundamental axis of the analysis, one of the most important aspects in the struggle and the proper application of the platform. There are new dimensions that are not only good for women, but allow us to obtain a life that is deserved to be lived. And it is right there where we find economy of care, which is so important, demanded by feminists, but it is an extraordinary reflection area with all of the diversities and understandings by ICLAC and UN Women. So to me, the right to care is more than just a law, a bill, or just a sentence, but rather to be able to think and feel from a different horizon of change. Here, this does mean a change of the model of well-being of the citizens, of the democratic subjectivity where some governments have, as Ana Huesmes was expressing in her report, have already been taking this into account. Let us just hope that it is going to be positioned in all of its political, economic, and social cultural perspective. Finally, today, democracy, the support that is guiding the platform of Beijing from its very beginning, it goes into the farther away than just the incidents of the states. It is part of a political culture that contributes to generate new voices and proposes different areas in the society by fostering new interpretations and new strategies
de las mujeres.
Together with the demands of women, where the recommendations of the platform are so clear. There's an urgency of political proposals for a democratic agenda, countercultural, and I would like to add something to what Mayra was saying. I do believe that we need different alliances. Of course, men have to be committed, but the either masculinity is to be revised or there's no possibility of alliance. This countercultural dimension that is supported in justice, respect to nature, the democracy of gender, the multiple perspectives and cosmovisions of the different movements of women for the real compliance of the recommendations are a fundamental perspective at intercultural and intersectional level to be able to get to a varied group. Thank you very much.
Agradecemos la intervención de...
We want to thank Ms. Virginia Vargas, co-founder of the Peruvian Women. and part of the feminist integration. And to close this segment, we will hear Maria Noel Baez's participation. She is the regional director of UN Women. Thank you very much and good afternoon. I will wake you up a bit now because I believe that you're wishing to leave the room. Even though this has been amazing, this table has been incredible, I would like to highlight our deputy director that now she is more Latin American than African, I believe. She showed us that she feels very comfortable here, and she even likes this room in New York this room rather than in New York. So she will be staying with us, I believe.
Perdonen que interrumpa, pero ha sido I'm sorry, but it's been so emotional to find. I can never pronounce your name, but we met in Beijing and we fought together. So I'm really happy for those memories that are expressed here now. I just wanted to say that. And the minister from St. Lucia, yeah, the minister of women of St. Lucia was there too. So we have, but I'd like to also express my deep thankfulness to the minister of Costa Rica, the minister of Chile and Dominican Republic, who have always guide us with their enlightened vision and the wish to transform everything that's why the changes that are happening in your countries. And Gina, it's wonderful to hear you. It's always a pleasure to hear you. I'd like to change gears a little bit and to ask ourselves, what will it mean to be a woman in the next 30 years? What do we want in the next 30 years? Because it was beautiful to hear what happened 30 years ago, but what do we want for the next 30 years? At least, in my case, I would like to say a few things. First, we want to belong to policymaking because we want to belong to politics because we want to change it. And let's look at Mexico. We have a female president that the next day after taking office, presented 10 constitutional reforms. What male president has done that? And none will do it. That's why we want to be in politics and to change politics. Congratulations, Mexico. And we will be there next year. We want to solve the issue of care, and Ana was very clear about it in the report, and very clearly the executive secretary mentioned one of the structural pillars in ICLAC that we'll follow. What ICLAC says is the issue of care. That's why it's so important. We have hacked ICLAC. Since Ana's here, she's leading all those changes inside ICLAC. Before ICLAC didn't deal with these topics. They are at the core of the discussion now. And you know what? Other institutions have been hacked, the World Bank and the IMF, although you may not believe it. And I'd like to tell you about two reports from this year in the spring meetings they hold. The first one says, the World Bank says that they estimate that closing gender gaps in areas such as employment and entrepreneurial initiative might increase the world GDP by 20%. We only grow a few millimeters because we're not growing 1%, 2%, or 3% at the most. Can you believe the impact that this could have? And then the IMF says that reducing inequalities among men and women in terms of labor markets might increase the GDP by 8% in emerging economies, that is to say, in our region. If that gap is closed entirely, there would be an increase of 23%. That is a huge potential, and this is not on the table yet. Presidents who think in numbers who are economists basically do not talk about these topics. That's why we need to put on the table the opportunity cost of not investing on women is huge. And we are suffering from it in the region with 120 million women who work informally. And something new that we received from LAC, 135 million women will be older than 65, and I'm part of that group as well. And that will demand a huge number of caretakers. And that is why we are on the right track and on a spectacular path to truly be a society of care in this region that we love so much. Another topic that is key for me, and it's key for all of us, and all of the ministers that are causing change, is access to credit for women. And not only to microcredit, but true credit with true jobs that increases the capabilities of the SMEs and employment, quality jobs, and women's jobs. And another fundamental topic is to close the digital divide. We cannot still have a 40% digital divide in our region, because it means that we are going to even grow the feminization of poverty if we do not give women the chance of having digital education and access to digital jobs. Finally, feminization of climate change crisis solutions. We are experiencing a a triple planetary crisis: climatic, loss of biodiversity, pollution. But solutions are in the hands of rural indigenous women, women who know the territories and who work in the territories. Let's demand the feminization of the solutions for climate change, adaptation, and mitigation. And also, something else that we need to solve is racism, is discrimination. We cannot be in this situation anymore, any longer. We need to look for solutions for those two scourges that, of course, lead to violence. That is why this is such a violent region, because there's no access to credit, there's no access to economic autonomy, and that is why this is perpetuating, and that has to change. This next 30 years, we need to find the solutions that only women can provide. And finally, to tell you that we have also feminized multilateralism, and this region is distinguished by it. Feminist foreign policy is a reality in Mexico, Colombia, Chile, and like many others. And that means more multilateral solutions for women. And so the future doesn't look so dark. I think we have a very bright future, a promising future, a future of transforming women who are going to transform the reality in this region. And let's think that way in the next 30 years. Thank you so much.
Agradecemos.
We'd like to thank Maria Noel Baez's inspiring comments. The future will be feminist, or it will not be. Thank you. We'd like to thank our regional director for the Americas and the Caribbean of UN Women. And once again, we'd like to offer the floor for interventions by the delegations. Once again, I'd like to ask the delegates to stick to 2 minutes maximum to be able to let everybody speak. And with the help of our secretary, please. We'll start with Peru, please. Okay, thank you. Dear ministers and women's authorities, dear representatives of the different countries, of international organizations and civil society that are here with us today, please receive a warm welcome from Soledad Teresa Hernandez Cajo, Minister of Women, Peru, who has appointed me to represent here. It is an honor for me to address you in this session that states a new chapter in our collective commitment with gender equality in Latin America and the Caribbean. 30 years on after the historical declaration of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action, we have seen significant progress, but there are significant and persistent challenges. Today, our region may be proud of being the only one in the world with a specific regional agenda designed to address the structural knots of inequality that we all women face. This framework has been key to consolidate rights and to guide policies that promote economic autonomy, physical autonomy, and decision-making autonomy. The Montevideo strategy, for example, has allowed us to delve deeper into the structural challenges such as sexual labor division and feminization of poverty. Besides, the 15th Regional Conference on Women in Buenos Aires was a major landmark by inviting to the construction of a society of care where the sustainability and life of the planet should be our guiding light. In the countries in the region, we can see an increasing strengthening of educational policies and a gender approach education effort, starting by closing educational gaps and also professional training. Close to 20 million women and girls are doomed to live in poverty for 2035. Also, feminine labor engagement is only slightly above 50%, and the overburden in the unpaid care work is still a barrier to be able to achieve economic autonomy of all women. Gender-based violence is still one of our most urgent battles. In spite of all the regulatory progress, Latin America and the Caribbean are facing patriarchal sociocultural patterns that are violent and discriminatory that hinder their development. In Peru, we have adopted a national gender equality policy in order to guide the state actions, in order to face structural discrimination that women face in all their diversity. In complying with the policy, we have started the expansion and improvement of our services to take care of gender-based violence with 43 Emergencia Mujer centers, 28 temporary shelters, and 68 rural care services. And we are also progressively implementing the national specialized justice system in order to guarantee protection of women, their access to justice, and sanctioning the gender-based violence due to the alarming prevalence of sexual violence of our women and teenage girls. We're implementing a multi-sectorial policy that's called Prevenir para Proteger that addresses the causes and risk factors in a multi-sectorial manner, and that focuses on articulating with regional and local governments and civil society at large to promote a comprehensive well-being of close to 6 million girls and teenage girls. In terms of political engagement of women, we should highlight that parity and alternance legislation significantly increase women's representation and authority positions regionally and locally. And in order to strengthen their activities, we fostered the Gobernando Juntas initiative was fostered by providing advisory, interdisciplinary support and education to women. As guarantors of those rights, we also consider the need to advance to a society of care. And along those lines, we agree on the mission of consolidating care as an unavoidable human right. In that sense, our duty as a nation is to guarantee the optimal conditions for individuals that provide care, maybe doing it by also overcoming the stereotypic care allocation as an exclusive responsibility of women. That's why in Peru we've been executing the conduction of a new survey of on time use, whose results will be the input to build a national care system and a national care policy. This in order to create, improve, and expand our care services that can prioritize the care for boys, girls, teenagers, elderly citizens, and people with disabilities, those who need care, and likewise of strengthening our caregivers. We also promoted the approval of the ministerial declaration of the APEC 2024 Forum on Women and Economy that face the urgency of facing structural barriers such as the unequal distribution of household work, both paid and unpaid, because it limits the economic development, gender equality, and full engagement of women in productive lives and decision-making process. Dear ministers and authorities, today, we have the opportunity of confirming our commitment with the promotion and protection of women's rights. We must embrace firmly what we set out to do more than 30 years ago and to join the commitments that we've been building from the region. Please allow me to call so that we all together progress towards justice, equality, and the construction of a more inclusive and world and also free of violence to all. Thank you very much. We'd like to thank the Deputy Minister of Women in Peru, Elba Espinosa, for her engagement. We'd like to ask Colombia. Thank you. I'm going to be very brief.
I would like to second all the comments made until now. I share in your optimism and messages that we've heard. But I would like to also be realistic and a little pessimistic on some points that I feel are important to mention. First, we've heard, and it's very easy for me to represent a country that has been recognized for all its advances in terms of gender. But if we look at some statistics, both Colombia and the region in general, there are some reasons to be concerned. And I mean gender violence, sexual and femicide. They are not decreasing, and they are increasing, which is worse. This invites us to question how we're doing in terms of policies that we've adopted and the political commitment of our governments when combating these crimes. Second, and I'll conclude with this, I have not heard anything about what I would call criminalization of feminine poverty, which consists of an alarmingly growing number of women that are in prison, and it has doubled in the past few years, especially because of a prohibitionist policy in terms of drugs that criminalizes women who are in vulnerable situations. There's an important conversation to be had here. And I feel that leaving aside our discrepancies on drug policies that a region such as this should have in this space, we need to agree on the need to further examine this phenomenon in order to fight it because it's unfair and to demand from our penitentiary systems that they can find a way to address women who are in prison because many of them are mothers, and this generates a significant cost amongst our youth. Thank you. Thank you, Arlene Tickler, Ambassador of Gender Affairs. Cuba has the floor. Ministers, representatives, the period analyzed to carry out the report offered us a very marked stage during COVID-19, and to its population, women specifically were in the first line when facing the pandemic in health services, scientific research, education, distance learning, and many others. That's what we saw worldwide. Cuban women received a differentiated impact on their health, but also deriving from an excess burden with care and domestic work. This as a result of the consequence of the economic blockade imposed by the United States of America, recognized in the latter stage, which constitutes a serious obstacle in access. And despite all these obstacles between the years 2020 and 2024, Cuban legislation versing on human rights had significant advances, and it provided for a legal framework to update this legislation. Norms such as the National Program for the Advancement of Women and the Strategic Plan for Gender Violence, these are all articulated with other laws approved, the Public Health and the Criminal Code, a series of resolutions from the Ministry of Labor and Social Security that expanded protection to maternity and regulated the care services for early childhood. These very relevant situations that became part of the situation of Cuban women attempt to guarantee dignified labor and, of course, to guarantee the reproductive and sexual rights. We are 30% of the people that take place or that lead the country, and the popular assemblies represent 30.5% of people who are presidents and vice presidents, while the National Assembly of Popular Power represents 55.72% of the Chamber of Deputies. This makes Cuba the second country with most women in the national parliament. Other statistics could show these advances. However, we've identified challenges as a result of the persistence of gender stereotypes that make obstacles for the advancement of the 2030 Agenda of Sustainable Development and the progress of women in several dimensions of this development. For Cuba, equality and the advancement of women is not the only topic of the defense of legitimate rights. It is also a condition for development with social justice. Thank you. We thank Janedis Perez from the Federation of Cuban Women, and we also take the advantage to bid farewell because of her agenda, and we would like to thank her for her words. Antonio Orellana, Minister of Women and Gender Equity in Chile. Thank you. We'd like to continue with the representative of Mexico. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you all. Thank you for the report. No doubt it honors the 30 years, the 3 decades of gender equality work. It also bears witness to all the efforts that the states have made to move forward with the commitments of the platform, and I agree with our peer from Colombia in the sense that there are, and ECLAC reminds us of this, that one of the main forms of violence is structural violence. And while the system, the state, and the democracies, the social organizations, political organizations, all the systems of our countries are not, as long as they don't have effective actions to fight structural inequality, we will continue to see these violences. The structural inequalities subject us to all forms of violence. And when we have these conceptual disputes where we see the positioning of messages that are chauvinistic, xenophobic, homophobic, we worry, because then what have we been doing? What has been done with the 30 years of the platform? And of course, it has to do with the exercise of the different governments. So it's good to mention it, because I think these are the deeper topics that allow us to anchor ourselves into this common reality for Latin America and the Caribbean. I also want to mention that Mexico just finished a 6-year period of Manuel López Obrador, who also left a very clear show of the Mexican state's commitment to the Beijing platform. They began operating the national care system during this period, and the collection of data and statistics. Just a few months ago, with UN Women and other agencies in Mexico, we presented the care map for Mexico. And with this, the platform of the observatory, which is a methodological platform for georeferencing and to detect needs that help us have better planned public policies, more efficient, and that's what we're looking for. So this gives way to the new 6-year period with Dr. Feinbaum, who wants to advance towards a care society. So, of course, we will take on this redistribution of wealth so that poverty can come out of its situation. 9 million Mexicans have left poverty in this last 6-year period. So in this eradication of poverty that affects girls, we aim to have more monetary transfer policies. The access to involuntary pregnancy and abortion and prevention of teen pregnancy was one of the cornerstones of the program. Unfortunately, not just Mexico, all our countries have very painful indicators with teen pregnancies in the 21st century. And this is something that we need to emphasize in this social investment that states make. Domestic violence or digital violence is also a form of violence, and we are now talking about this in Congress. You know, we have the Olympia law, but we need to expand it so that, as our friends said, we are subjected, mostly women that are exercising politics are subject to digital violence that also needs to be taken into account in our legislations. So we're moving towards gender violence, sexual and reproductive rights, especially peoples and nationalities, with the efforts of indigenous women and Afro-descendants. So parity in everything has this program of parity everywhere has allowed us to move forward and to better elect women as authorities. And as Maria said, there is no doubt that women's interests are different. We believe in the intersectoriality of gender policies, and this allows us to have a more comprehensive view of political systems. The adoption of foreign policy, feminist policies, the implementation of the National Resolution 325. It is very important to have a network of women for peace. It is an imperative in this world that is moving towards these sexist policies. So we believe it is of the utmost importance, and it actually puts a great burden on mediating women. So we thank everyone, all the social organizations, civil society are the first to support these mediation policies and peace building. I said we did all this. It's all in the report. There's many other things that we still need to do. Violence also advances at the same speed in our territory, so we need to face it. However, Mexico will receive you in August and also wishes to substantially make progress, not only with the current policies, putting these gender policies at the first line, also offering a creation of the Women's Secretariat, the Charter of Rights, advancement of the care society, so many more. And in Mexico, we are experiencing times for women, and we need to share this because we're not alone. No one can do this alone, and most specifically, we cannot allow any setbacks of any kind in the language, in actions, in policies. At least we should at least sustain what we have in our countries, but ideally move forward with the platforms and the international agreements. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabriela. She's part of the recently created Secretariat of Women in the Mexican government. I'll ask United States representative.
And to the inspiring panelists already. It's really wonderful to be here with you and to have so many members of civil society in the room with us today. The United States is pleased to contribute to the LAC regional review of the implementation of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action. The United States remains committed to advancing gender equality and to promoting the human rights of all women and girls. This anniversary is a critical moment to redouble our efforts and accelerate global progress on gender equality. In 2015, 20 years after Beijing, we came together to adopt the Sustainable Development Goals. Gender equality, as we all know, is an accelerator for the entire 2030 agenda, and achieving the SDGs is essential to building lasting peace and security. Now, only 5 years from 2030, progress is lagging on the 2030 agenda, particularly on Goal 5, gender equality. That's why our efforts to achieve the tenets outlined in Beijing remain as important as ever before, and the United States takes this task seriously. In 2021, the U.S. established the Gender Equity and Equality Action Fund to advance economic security for women and girls and address barriers that limit their full economic participation. To date, we're proud to say the fund has invested $500 million around the world, including in the Latin America and the Caribbean region. In January 2024, the United States launched the Gender-Based Violence Prevention and Response Project in Guatemala. This 5-year project will address GBV, intra-family violence, and violence against children, and aims to increase survivor resilience to build stronger and more peaceful communities. Future efforts will support local stakeholders to break the cycle of violence and reduce levels of victimization and impunity, all taking into account the unique needs of women and girls. In February of this year, we also signed a memorandum of understanding with the government of Colombia to work together on their Women, Peace, and Security Center of Excellence, which aims to coordinate existing women, peace, and security efforts and identify avenues to advance and implement women, peace, and security policy at the local, national, and regional levels. Youth, and in particular, girls and young women, including from marginalized racial, ethnic, and indigenous communities, including people of African descent, must play a central role as change agents, innovators, and decision makers as we advance this agenda together. We must invest in a future that promotes their ability to do so. Despite our progress, we have much, much more work to do, but we can and must do it. We can achieve gender equality if we continue to work together to invest in a more equal and just future. Thank you.
Thank you for the U.S. delegation remarks. Paraguay is next. Thank you. Paraguay commends the initiative by LAC, such an important regional report compiling national information from 22 countries, Paraguay being one of them, which will serve as an input for the meeting next year. From Paraguay, we note progresses in public policies, such as deploy the implementation of policy of cares, rural women, violence against women, prevention, and education. In the region, we still have social and economic challenges that will require bigger budgets, strengthened mechanism, more women committed at key roles, and strategic alliances, and strengthened by the academia and the civil society sisters. Our voices to be the voice of every woman. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Minister Cynthia Figueiredo from Paraguay and Venezuela.
Buenas tardes, honorables de la mesa
Good afternoon,
directiva, compañeras
members of the steering
ministras,
committee,
delegados,
ministers, delegates, representatives, and sisters from the social
Les
movements.
traigo un fraternal saludo
I
de
have the
parte de
greetings
todo
from
el equipo de
the
Venezuela, en
Venezuelan
especial del
team,
presidente Nicolás Maduro,
particularly
así como
from
también de
President
la
Maduro
vicepresidenta Delcy
and
Rodríguez,
Vice
y de
President
los movimientos
Delcy
sociales,
Rodriguez, and the
políticos,
social, political,
feministas que
feminist
integran y que
movements
participan en la República
involved
Bolivariana de Venezuela.
in the
Quisiera
Bolivarian
saludar
Republic of
de manera muy
Venezuela.
especial
Let me
a la compañera
greet
Ingrid Gómez, su
Ingrid
secretaria
Gomez,
para los
Vice
temas de violencia
Minister
contra la
for
mujer de
Violence
la
Against
Secretaría de
Women, the
México
Mexican
y
Secretariat,
vicepresidenta de la mesa
and Vice
directiva.
President of the
Y
Steering
con ello,
Committee. And with that,
deseo expresar
let
sinceras
me
felicitaciones a los
commend
Estados Unidos
United
mexicanos
States,
por el histórico
Mexico for the
triunfo
historical
de su primera mujer
victory
presidenta
of
con
the
A.
first
Un acontecimiento que abona en el
female
avance
president,
hacia la igualdad
which contributes
de
to the
género en el
progress into
liderazgo
gender
político de nuestra
equality in the
nación.
political leadership of our
Asimismo,
nations.
destacar la
Likewise, let me
relevancia de la
emphasize the
conmemoración
importance
de los 200
of the
años de
200
la batalla de
years
Ayacucho,
of the
a
Ayacucho
celebrarse
battle
justamente próximamente el
to
9 de
be
diciembre.
celebrated in December 9th.
Episodio lo
This
traigo a colación,
episode
ya que es parte de nuestra
is
historia
part
común,
of our
que
common
simboliza la
history,
lucha
which
por la
symbolizes the
independencia,
fight
la
for
justicia
independence,
y la
justice,
abolición de la
and the
esclavitud.
abolition of
Causas que unieron
slavery,
a hombres y
which
mujeres
joined
más allá de las
men and
fronteras
women
para
beyond
forjar
borders to
el destino de
forge
nuestros pueblos.
the fate of our
Venezuela se une con
peoples.
entusiasmo a la
Venezuela
celebración
joins the
de esta fecha,
celebration of these
rindiendo tributo a
dates,
las heroínas y
paying
héroes
an
que
homage to the
acompañaron al
heroes
ilustre gran mariscal de
with
Ayacucho, Antonio José de
Antonio
Sucre.
José de
Hoy, como
Sucre,
integrantes de esta
Marshal
mesa
of
directiva,
Ayacucho. As
nos
members,
corresponde entonces
we have
también
now
ser portadoras
to
de esa
be
antorcha,
part
trabajando con
of that,
determinación por el
working
empoderamiento de
decisively
las
for the
mujeres,
empowering
la equidad
of
y un
women,
mundo más
equity,
justo,
and a
pacífico,
more
próspero y
just,
sostenible.
peaceful, and sustainable
Estimada
world.
Presidenta,
Dear
Venezuela
Chair,
reafirma su
Venezuela
carácter inclusivo
reaffirms
y
its
firme
inclusive
compromiso
character and the firm
responsable con la
commitment
protección y
in the
promoción
protection
de los
and
derechos
promotion
de la mujer,
of women's
como lo demuestra
rights,
su activa
as shown
participación
in the
en la
active
suscripción de los
participation in
compromisos y
signing of
convenios
commitments and
internacionales en materia
international
de género.
agreements.
Nuestro país ha sido
Our
constante
country
en su adhesión a los instrumentos
has
globales y
consistently
regionales que
adhered
promueven la
to
igualdad de género y el
the
empoderamiento de
regional
las mujeres,
arrangements in the
así como la erradicación
empowerment
de
of women
todas
and
las
the
formas de
eradication of all
discriminación
forms of
y violencia.
discrimination and
Sin
violence.
embargo, el
However,
pueblo
the
venezolano y su
Venezuelan
gobierno
people,
ha
the
sido
government,
objeto de una
have been
agresión que no
subject
puedo
to an
dejar de
aggression
mencionar,
that I
agresión sin
cannot
precedentes
neglect to mention,
recientemente con sus
with
repercusiones
the
en el
repercussions
desarrollo y
in the
lucha contra la
development and
pobreza,
fight
que ha
against
tenido un
poverty,
impacto
which has had a
significativo
significant
en el pleno
impact
disfrute de los
on
derechos
the
humanos de nuestra
human
población
rights of our
venezolana,
population,
específicamente y especialmente en las
specifically
mujeres y en las niñas,
women
que
and
dificulta sin
girls,
duda alguna la
which
consecución plena de
makes
su
more
derecho
difficult
económico y social.
their
Me refiero
social
a
and
las
economic
medidas coercitivas unilaterales que han
measures.
limitado
I mean,
considerablemente las
the
capacidades
measures
del
that have
Estado para
limited the
acceder a los
abilities of the
recursos
state to
financieros,
access the
bienes y
financial
servicios
resources
necesarios
and
para
necessary goods
atender
and
y
services to serve
satisfacer de manera
and
integral
meet
las principales
the
necesidades de
main
nuestra
needs of
población,
our
con
population,
impacto directo
with a
en el
direct
cumplimiento
impact
de las
on the
12
meeting
esferas
of
de
the
especial preocupación
on
de
the
la
concern
plataforma
of the
de
platform
acción de Beijing,
of
así
Beijing
como el
platform,
avance hacia los
as well as the
objetivos
progress to
establecidos
the
en
goals
los
set,
objetivos de
the
desarrollo, con
SDG,
énfasis en la
with
Agenda
an emphasis
2030.
on 2030
En
agenda.
respuesta inmediata, unificada y
And
transversal a las mujeres
to
venezolanas
Venezuelan
desde
women
Venezuela,
from
el
Venezuela,
25 de octubre
October
del
the
año
25th in
2023, se
2023,
anunció la
we
creación de
announced
la
the
gran
creation
misión
of the
Venezuela
big
Mujer,
mission
concebida
Venezuela
como una
Mujer
instancia de
as an
articulación de alto nivel,
articulation, as a
orientada a la
high-level
promoción y
articulation for the
fortalecimiento
promotion and
de
strengthening
políticas y
of
programas
policies
sociales
and
en
social
beneficio de las
programs for the
mujeres y
benefit
niñas.
of women
Quiero
and
compartir con
girls. Let me
ustedes
share with
esto
you
que hemos construido
this
desde
that
nuestro
we've
país.
built from
Esta
our
gran
country.
misión
This
busca
big mission
consolidar y
aims at
coordinar
consolidating and
recursos,
coordinating
programas y
resources,
esfuerzos
programs, and
que
efforts
bypasseen la
that will
burocracia
bypass the
existente,
existing
así como
bureaucracy,
también
as
las
well as
medidas del
the
bloqueo que se
blockade
tiene contra la
measures
República,
against
en
our
favor
republic,
así del
in
empoderamiento
favor of a
integral de las mujeres,
comprehensive empowering of
estructurando
women
esta gran
by
misión en
structuring
7
this
vértices
mission in three
estratégicos.
main
Esta
axes.
ruta puesta en
This
marcha
path was deployed a year ago, designs actions and focuses and optimizes resources of the plans for Venezuelan women. Initially, we needed to learn the opinion and needs of Venezuelan women. In a survey covering over 6 million women and 6 dimensions where each one of them wanted to participate. Let me share with you that in protection of health and life, of women at all ages. This is the axis number 1 of this mission, where we've implemented a diagnosis of comprehensive care that so far has had 2,809,929,000 women, which is the 37% of this record, of which 1,720,000 have been served in 7,000 plus communities throughout the national territory. These interventions included over 500,000 visits at the different households with our teams. We've opened 26 high technology units for comprehensive health care for women, which has meant over 15 million medical doses by optimizing and recovering the capacity of the national healthcare system to respond to the needs of our women. Another axis of this is the support of 11,000 women with our promoters of the program of humanized delivery, which aims at decrease in maternal mortality, focus on the dignity of mothers. Likewise, big challenges are still ahead in early prevention of pregnancy and healthcare, as well as to consolidate actions towards the mental health of our women. Action number 2, education for the empowerment of women. We have over 1,028,000 women, which accounts for 16.5% of the national registry. This group have received comprehensive care and information. Over 460,000 women which are in the process of certification and accreditation. Number 3, women independent economic subject. We have had the participation of over 1,800,000 women, which is 30% of our registry in our system. Of this, 105,000 women have received support through financial actions, including loans extended by public and private banks, strengthening the commitment of the nation to feed the barriers of economic inequality. 190,000 plus women have received the benefits of non-financial actions, including agricultural inputs, regularization of land ownership, entrepreneurship. Number 4, eradication of gender violence. We had 408,000 plus women in the national registry, of which accounting for 6.3%. 278,000 women have been served through consulting and legal support. Likewise, let me emphasize the emphasis on the legal aspects with legal studies for the protection of women. For that, let me emphasize some laws which are of top priority for this meeting. Law for the respect of human rights, enacted in 2021. Prevention of eradication of sexual abuse against boys, girls, and adolescents. Comprehensive development. System of care for life to strengthen the protection and care of our women. Protection of the family, maternity, and paternity. This emphasizes our commitment in the legal dimension. Let me emphasize also the importance of our care plan for women in jail, strengthening the Luisa Cáceres plan, which has provided care with the gender perspective to our women in jail. Venezuela has special courts for gender justice. Line number 5, it's the women at the center. Venezuela has been increasing the political participation at all levels. to meet with the agenda of gender parity and equality in decision making at the community, regional, and national spaces, strengthening the female leadership. Line number 6, communications and culture system for women. Let me emphasize this is one of the most important forms of participation through mass media. Line number 7, green ecology, animals. We have over 40,000 women willing to participate as agroecologists, environmentalists. The active participation of these women in experiences and initiative to overcome the expectations we have in terms of the challenges of feminization of climate crisis. Dear sisters, as for the challenges, the progress towards gender equality and empowering of women faces two fundamental challenges. The negative effects, of course, the unilateral measures and the prevailing patriarchal system. We aim at becoming a comprehensive, sustained measure against these challenges, strengthening the resilience of our women and girls at all levels of life in our country. In closing, let me take this opportunity to reaffirm on behalf of all the women of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela our deepest gratitude with this meeting. This feeling is shared by the feminist organization, the network of parliamentarian women, social movements of teachers, nurses, doctors, farmers, and fishing people, as expressed in the regional meeting in Buenos Aires, when recognizing the negative impact of unilateral measures on the development and well-being of Venezuelan women, thereby affecting mothers, elderly, and the youth. This recognition reaffirms the importance of keeping a dialogue based on solidarity and mutual understanding. We do trust that from these board, we will continue to strengthen our commitment with common goals of consolidating peace, progress, and a full life for women in the region, well beyond political and ideological differences, as said by Simón Bolívar, who's was at the entrance of this building in Angostura in 1819. He said, "Let's fight together for human family." A call inspires us to preserve this shared mission. Venezuela, once again, is firm in its commitment, working within the framework of international cooperation to move forward in the building of fairer societies, consistent with the values supporting human rights, gender equality as fundamental pillars of sustainable development. Only together we will be able to defeat inequalities. And like Salvador Allende would say, the big streets the great avenues will open in front of us. Thank you.
Ana Carrillo de Venezuela. Por favor, la representación de Canadá.
Honorable ministers, representatives,
Estimados ministros, miembros del grupo político, representantes de la sociedad civil, muchas gracias.
all women and girls, and the promotion and full realization of their rights is at the heart of Canada's international development assistance. Protecting and advancing these rights remains a Canadian foreign policy priority. As part of our commitment to the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action, over the past decade, Canada has championed feminist policies and initiatives across our diplomacy, trade, peace and security programs, and international assistance. These efforts strive to tackle structural barriers to gender equality and address the needs for those facing multiple forms of discrimination. Under our feminist international assistance policy, Canada has been a top donor to women's rights organizations. During the past 4 years, we have provided over $645 million to initiatives such as the Women's Voice and Leadership Program, the Equality Fund, and the Alliance for Feminist Movements. Canada has a leadership commitment to ensure that 95% of bilateral international development assistance advances gender equality, with 15% specifically targeting gender equality results. This dedication has made Canada a top OECD donor for gender equality aid over the past 5 years, ranking first in 2020 to 2023 and third in 2024. Canada works with women's rights, feminist, and equality-seeking organizations and movements to drive social change for gender equality. Through the $150 million Women's Voice and Leadership Program, we supported women's rights organizations in Colombia, Guatemala, Haiti, Honduras, Peru, and the Caribbean with core funding, fast, responsive funding, support for organizational capacity, strengthening and networking, and alliance building. Canada is the largest voluntary contributor to the Inter-American Commission of Women, funding efforts to support women's rights organizations in defending against anti-rights actors and advancing gender equality. Canada also supports the Pan American Health Organization's Improved Health of Women and Adolescent Girls project, addressing barriers to sexual and reproductive health and rights, empowering diverse women and girls to advocate for their rights, and strengthening the resilience of health systems in 6 countries, being Bolivia, Colombia, Ecuador, Guyana, Honduras, and Peru. Canada championed gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls as a precondition and accelerator to the Sustainable Development Goals and achieving the 2030 Agenda. Ensuring women and girls' full participation drives progress across all aspects of society. Thank you very much. Gracias.
Muchas gracias a Simon Sayum.
Thank you, Simon Sayers, Second Secretary of the Canadian Embassy in Chile. We would request the participation of St. Lucia.
Madam Chair, I bring you greetings from St. Lucia, and I have been told that it's not always wise to ask a politician to be brief, because a politician depends on their voice. My greetings from St. Lucia, basically, is the land of the Olympian, Julian Alfred, who won the gold medal with a 10.72 seconds at the last Olympic Games. She also brought home the 200-meter silver medal. And I believe that as a young woman, she has definitely inspired the St. Lucian young girls. And that is one objective I can say we have achieved in Beijing 30. St. Lucia is also the land for 2 Nobel Prize winners. And there is something magical about 23, because Julian Alfred is 23 years, and Derek Walcott and Sir Arthur Lewis, both of them were born on the same date, 23rd of January. So the number 23 looks very lucky for St. Lucia. And as I look at the report, Madam Chair, on Beijing plus 30, I never thought in my wildest dream that almost 30 years later, I would be in Santiago, Chile, listening to a report of what we have achieved on Beijing plus 30, because I was part of that conference in Beijing, China, almost 30 years ago. And Madam Chair, my contribution to Beijing plus 30 was not just what I did in my own country, St. Lucia. I speak to my contribution in empowering women in the teachers' organizations throughout the Caribbean. I worked with 30 teachers' unions throughout the Caribbean. And I worked with an international organization, Education International, representing over 30 million members worldwide. And Beijing Platform for Action was our guiding principles. And today I sit here in this gathering as a politician and the minister with responsibility for gender affairs. So I can look back and see what I have done as an individual and what I have done collectively with other women throughout the region and globally. But Madam Chair, when I read the report on page 95 in the conclusion, it states that Latin America and the Caribbean stands out with regards to the implementation of Beijing Platform for Action. However, this is no reason for us to be complacent, because complacency can cause the reversal of the gains that we have made over the years. I need to applaud the committee, the group that put that report together, and the recommendations coming from that report will be the wildest dream for some of you who will be here 30 years later. You will reflect that in Santiago, Chile, we pass the baton to those who will be there in the next 30 years and see what progress we have made with regards to Beijing Platform for Action. But I do encourage all of us here to see how we can be more creative, more innovative, and repackage Beijing to inspire the next generation. 30 years ago, technology was not what it is today. So we are in a new era, and therefore we have to approach things differently. Many times I listen to our discussion in forums like this, and I say we speak to ourselves. We continue to speak to ourselves. But it is important that we speak to ourselves because we need to reinforce what we believe in. However, we have to communicate with the men that we put in political power to change things for us. And I want to applaud the few men that are in this room who have the courage and patience to listen to the discussion. Because many times men will find this type of conversation is a little annoying. And women are talking and it's only about themselves. And therefore they will walk out or they'll find an excuse not to be here. So I am applauding the men sitting in this room, and I want you to put your hands together for them. Because it takes very few men to have that courage to sit and discuss the issue of gender equality in our society. Madam Chair, in St. Lucia, we know COVID-19 did rob us of a few years of progress. And if we talk about Beijing 30, it may very well be Beijing 20, because COVID robbed us of about 20 years of progress. But in St. Lucia, as Minister with responsibility for gender affairs, I was instrumental in passing the legislation on domestic violence. And this has opened the doors for us to look at how we combat the issue of domestic violence. We have engaged in training police officers on how to handle domestic violence issues. We have provided free health care for pregnant mothers. We have removed VAT on sanitary napkins. The government has reduced the prices of sanitary napkins by removing value-added tax. So it makes it cheaper for women and girls to use sanitary napkins for their health care. We have engaged in massive training for women, scholarships, and we have established gender focal points so that every ministry has a key person who will ensure that there are gender issues in the budget so that women get their fair share of the pie in the country. And we are also engaged in gender mainstreaming. Madam Chair, there is a lot that we have to do. There is a lot that we can do. But we need to applaud ourselves for what we have done so far in our respective countries, in our respective organizations. And with this, Madam Chair, I want us to leave this room inspired, motivated, willing to mobilize and communicate our achievements and to continue to remain committed to gender equality to serve the next generation. The power is in our hands. Let us use it wisely. I thank you.
Muchas gracias a la ministra Virginia Poyote de Santa Lucía.
Thank you to the minister from St. Lucia and Norway.
Muchas gracias. Entiendo que soy.
Thank you very much. I understand that I am the only one before leaving, so I will try to be brief. From Norway, we are celebrating the progress in gender activities at local and regional level in Latin America and the Caribbean. We acknowledge the important progress in legislation aligned with Beijing platform. Nonetheless, there are challenges that are quite significant that require our attention, such as homicides and the unpaid labor. For Norway, this is a key priority to move towards this agenda to open up the opportunities for women and girls and build fair societies that are more equitable. And at the same time, promotion and protection of health and sexual rights and reproductive rights is a fundamental aspect to be able to reach gender equality, including the right to choose. We know that these rights not only are preventing deaths and unnecessary harm, but also promotes economic and social justice. Norway believes that universal access to health and sexual and reproductive health, together with sexual education, or comprehensive sexual education, is essential to prevent sexual violence and to be able to promote gender equality at all levels of society. And in conclusion, the government of Norway reiterates the possibility to cooperate as an ally to all the regions, to all the countries in the region, multilateral organizations, and civil society to progress in gender equality. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias a
We'd like to thank Andreas Hack Honsen from the Royal Embassy of Norway in Chile. We have two more interventions by Honduras and Panama, and with that, we will close the list of the delegations to then start with the organizations of civil society. So please, on Honduras, you have the floor.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon, all of you. First, Chair, I'd like to thank you for this chance we've had to be able to focus and work on the public agenda. I have taken the time to listen to the different presentations, and I'd like to congratulate all of you, particularly this report presented by our sister from LAC, Maria, so remarkably. Thank you, Maria, for this report. I think it's a substantial input for all of us. Mexico has its first female president. Congratulations for that. From Honduras, where in 2022 we also had our first female president in Honduras, Xiomara Castro Sarmiento. I can let the day finish without celebrating when Maria Noel just invited us for women to participate in politics. Thank you, Maria, for that wonderful invitation. We need more of that, Maria. We really need that. We are very much involved in technical matters and political matters. They men take care of that, because we take care of technical aspects. And many times technical aspects are just cold. They become cold.
Casi como quien dice, un congelado.
Like a freezer.
Realmente, si ustedes
Really, if you
que en mi
knew what I have I've had going through my head today,
no es posible un horario como el que tenemos ni los 2 minutos que nos dan
it's
para
not possible to express that in the 2 minutes that we get to participate here. I said, am I going to be allocated only 2 minutes? Because I don't like to read out aloud about the progress that we've had in the administration of our first female president regarding violence prevention, regarding gender-sensitive budgets, in terms of education, sexual and reproductive education, on the substantial topic that we must deal with, such as the implementation of the third national women's policy built during this administration for the next 10 years. Perfectly consistent with the platform, with what the Beijing platform states. 30 years on, I am wondering what we have done is very important. We can see the progress. Then let's take care of the challenges now. Honduras hasn't had it easy. The president, to get to that office, she ran 3 times in local elections, and she was successful the last time she did. It wasn't easy to get there, and it hasn't been easy to rule the country, because nothing is easy for us women. Nothing is easy. With an institutional arrangement that is crossed by organized crime, as we all know, with a weakened institutional arrangement in all levels, with a capitalist system that became stronger and deeper in such a way that causes that wild capitalism to negatively impact the lives of women. The president has devoted all her effort to face the structural poverty and extreme poverty of 73% and 53% extreme poverty. It is not easy to transform and change that. It's not easy to change the situation, to deconstruct a narco dictatorship corroded by corruption and impunity, and to achieve transparency throughout a state at all levels. Of course, we have made progress, and I wish we had been given a chance to be able to give you the detail of that progress in our countries. Although, in the case of Honduras, the president receives the country with 61 billion, and with a group of families that are exempt of taxes, that are not paying $66 billion in taxes. You can see how severe the situation is. So, today, 30 years later, 30 years down the road from Beijing, we need to think, where are we going as a region? What will be our priorities? And the report states the many structural issues that countries face.
Creo que para mañana
I
debe
think
ser una tarea central
this
el poder determinar
this must be
prioridades.
a key task to be able
Como bien lo
to
dijo la ministra
prioritize this,
Antonia
because as Minister Antonio Orellana said,
la posibilidad del papel aguanta con todo.
because you can write anything on paper,
Y también las palabras. El
words,
es rico.
discourse is ample,
Pero
and
creo que hoy
but
toca
today I
determinar
believe we
acciones.
need to adopt actions.
Los gobiernos tienen un periodo determinado de 4
Governments
años en mi
have a
país.
certain term.
4
In
años
my
es
country,
lo
it's
que tenemos
4
para trabajar.
years. 4 years
Estamos
to
a
do
un
the
año
work. When we're 1 year out, Maria Noel,
porque
for
las
you,
mujeres trabajan
because
muchísimo con
you and
nosotras.
women works with us a
Estamos
lot.
a un año
We are 1 year
del
out
cierre de nuestro
from the
gobierno.
end of our
2026
administration.
inicia el
2026,
próximo
that's
gobierno.
when the new administration will take
Estamos
office.
trabajando
We are working
en la ley contra
on
la violencia
law
política
against the political
que sufren
violence
las
that
mujeres en
women
Honduras.
face in Honduras.
Estamos
We
presentando
are
el día
we're,
de hoy
today
el
we are going
anteproyecto
to
de
submit
ley
a bill
que ya fue dictaminado
that
por
was
la Comisión de
already
Género del
prepared by
Congreso
the Gender
favorable.
Committee in Congress.
Falta que el Pleno
So
del
we need
Congreso
the
la apruebe
full
y no va a
Congress
ser
to
fácil.
approve it, and it's not going to be easy.
No va a ser fácil
It's not
aprobar
going to be
esa ley
easy
contra
to
la violencia política.
approve
Y
that
sí tengo que
law against
denunciar
political
aquí,
violence. And
aprovechar aquí este
I have to
espacio,
take
2 minutos
this
que me quedan,
floor
para denunciar la violencia
to
política que sigue
denounce political
sufriendo
violence
nuestra
and that
presidenta.
our president is still suffering.
Créanme que es
Please
grave.
believe it's
Créanme que
severe.
amerita
This is
que
serious.
un párrafo de la
This
declaración
at
de
least
esta reunión
requires at least one
al
paragraph
menos
in the
nos
declaration of this meeting to be
solidaricemos con nuestra
solidarious
presidenta
with our
por la
president
violencia
because of the
política que está
political violence
sufriendo
she's
en este momento.
experiencing as we speak.
Y lo digo con
And
toda propiedad.
I know why I'm saying this.
Candidata mujer
And we
a la
have a new
presidencia.
female candidate
Fíjense,
to
para
office
que
again,
nuestra presidenta Claudia
so
Sheinbaum
that
tenga
our president
otra mujer presidenta que va a
Claudia
acompañar
Sheinbaum
a lo largo
will
de
also
su
will
periodo de
have
gestión
another
en la
female
región,
president
porque el tema es que
in the
necesitamos
region, because the
mujeres
thing is that we
presidentas
need
en
a
la región
female president in the
para que
region
decidamos en
so that
favor de
we
las
can decide
mujeres.
in favor of women.
Pero resulta que las mujeres
But the
seguimos
thing is
eligiendo a los hombres.
that we women are still
Y
electing
ese sí es un
men to
problema
those
gravísimo
positions,
en
and that
nuestra
is a
sociedad.
severe problem of our
De
society.
manera pues que quiero
So I'd
invitar
like to
para que
invite everyone
en el tiempo que
so
nos
that
queda, que
in the
son
time
pocas horas
that
mañana,
we have left, which is
nos
just
podamos
a few hours
dedicar a
tomorrow,
ver
we can
el
devote
tema de
ourselves
las
to looking at
prioridades
the
a
topic of
partir de
priorities
este borrador de
based
informe que
on
nos da
this
unos insumos
draft report that
maravillosos.
provides us with
Ya
wonderful
magistralmente las
inputs.
ministras hicieron sus
Ministers made
presentaciones
their
en breve de
presentations
lo que el informe nos
of what
está
very
revelando.
briefly, of what the report is giving us.
Felicitarles de nuevo por este
Congratulations
esfuerzo,
again for this effort,
municipal y uno mujeres.
ECLAC and UN Women.
En Honduras estamos
In
avanzando.
Honduras, we're making progress.
Tenemos una ley
We have a law
para crear el
to
sistema
create
nacional integral de los
the
cuidados.
National
Estamos
Comprehensive
avanzando en
Care
ello.
System, and we're making
Tenemos una
progress on that.
ley
We have a
para
law
el presupuesto
for
sensible al género
the gender-sensitive
a nivel de los
budget
territorios.
for the different
Y
territories,
así tenemos otras
and so on
leyes
and so
que
forth.
hemos
We have
logrado para
other
este periodo.
laws that have been enacted so far.
Gracias a todas y todos
Thank you
por
all
escucharme.
for listening to me.
Agradecemos a la ministra Doris García y
Minister Doris
cerramos
Garcia, thank you.
con la
And we'd like to
participación de
close with Panama.
Muy
With
buenas
Panama.
tardes.
Thank you.
Un saludo cordial de parte de nuestra
Warm
ministra
greetings from our Minister Miurka Palacios, who's not here with us today because of some political commitments in our country. After 30 years, the fourth World Conference on Women that took place in September 1995 in the city of Beijing, China, we still have pending issues to achieve equality between men and women, and to go to adopt practical actions. The Republic of Panama in the last 5 years has conducted significant efforts to fulfill international commitments and international agreements in terms of gender equality and women's empowerment. One of the achievements in terms of equality in, in response to women's movements that were demanded by the Development and Equality Compact. The women mechanism at the ministerial level with the engagement of the cabinet through the approval of Law 375 of March 8th, 2023 that creates the Ministry of Women and other regulatory provisions by Decree number 1 of December 29th that also commands the reduction of structural changes of inequality between men and women, promoting the engagement of women in the development and growth in our country. At this stage, we also highlight the preparation of institutional policies such as the National Policy on Gender Equality in Science, Technology, and Innovation of the Republic of Panama 2040, the National Gender Plan, Climate Change Plan in Panama, and the Economic Agenda of Rural Women in Panama. Which is an instrument that was built based on consultation with women of different sectors, institutions, and also grassroots organizations and also stakeholders with the capability of guiding specific action in measuring its results for the advancement of women regarding equal opportunities compared to men. Panama is also updating its public policy on equality and opportunities for women for the 2024-2034 period as a guiding framework for the next decade that will allow to continue to make progress in the equal opportunities for women in Panama. In terms of physical autonomy of women, the Republic of Panama in the last 5 years has enacted protocols and protocols at the forefront in recognizing women's and girls' rights, follow-up and orientation services of the Ministry of Women that are 17 in our territory, and the relaunching of the 182 toll-free number that operates 24/7 under confidentiality and for free to cater to women who are victims of violence. We achieved the activation of our safe houses in several provinces for women who are victims of violence or who do require temporary shelter. The promotion of achievement of protocols regarding judiciary action in the crimes of women's trafficking, improving the action of the parties in the process, and also in terms of the services provided to victims of this crime that its majority are basically women, and the protocol regarding access to justice for women who are victims of gender-based violence, specifically indigenous women and migrating women, strengthening the National Committee Against Violence to Women with the updating of its internal regulation, which contributes to guaranteeing the formalization of what the committee is doing that is there to sanction and cater to the different types of violence that women have experienced in order to eradicate that violence. And the manual for the creation and management of the offices of government institutions. Among the main achievements of the economic autonomy pillar of women, we must mention the Mujer Cambia Tu Vida 2024 that translated into training to empower, economically empower women, gender parity, public-private alliance that intends to close economic gender-based gaps that during the 2019 proposed measures for economic reactivation with a gender approach in order to guarantee equitable and sustainable recovery because of the COVID and economic crisis arrival creates even further economic gaps in a context of the economic de-acceleration that has mostly affected women. economic autonomy at the Ministry of Women and the IDB, we prepared the Servicio de Autonomía Económica that is called SAE, which consists of a series of processes that are to be implemented during the service that is provided to the users of the comprehensive care center and for the economic autonomy of women.
En materia de participación política de las
In terms of women's political participation, we adopted Law 184 of November 25th, 2020 on political violence and its regulation. Panama is the first country in the region to apply the political parity index for the acceleration of political participation of women. And its methodology, it has several forms of analysis and standardized indicators, which as a whole contribute to the process of attaining parity. We work with two documents, the Interinstitutional Protocol for Prevention, Care, and Eradication of Violence Against Women in Political Life in Panama, and the Practical Guide to know what it is, what to do, and where to go if you're the victim of political violence, and other protocols relative to the topic. In regards to the participation of women, with the Ministry of Women, there are strategic alliances formed with the Working Women's Alliance in Panama that will promote Convention 190. This is a collective effort from the movement of women with support of the UN system, especially UN Women, our strategic allies. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a la Secretaria General del Ministerio de la Mujer.
Thank you to the Secretary representing Panama.
A la presentación de la Declaración de la Sociedad Civil. Como
We have a presentation of the declaration by civil society. As you know, in regional conferences on women of Latin America and the Caribbean, and in its tables, the voices of civil society are always present. These are fundamental voices. So I'd like to invite Catalina Esmeralda Socarrillo to read the manifest of women of Latin America and the Caribbean in regards to Beijing and of women in Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you. I'm going to read the manifest first, and then we will have a video. 30 years after Beijing, the women, rural, indigenous, working women, Afro-descendants, and women of sexual diversity living with HIV in the region express that despite the important advances in the implementation of the platform for action, these have not impacted all areas and all women in the same way. Youth and women and girls have had the commitment of the countries, but it is imperious to guarantee the human rights of all women in their life cycles and contexts. So from a cultural perspective, intersectional, intergenerational, comprehensive, anti-racist, and uncolonial that integrate the historically excluded population from dialogue. Women and youth, the adolescents and girls of Latin America and the Caribbean, in all their diversity, say that the institutional, democratic, and economic crisis marked by corruption, the lack of transparency, organized crime, affects women who undergo greatest unemployment rates, labor precarity, and violence, and to the burden of unpaid work, they add greater obstacles to access economic opportunities. We must strengthen these democratic institutions, include the fair care economy, implement fiscal reforms based on criteria of equity and progressiveness, have a greater investment in gender equality. Gender violence has not ceased to increase and to show its multidimensionality. Femicides, transfemicides, lesbicides, vicarious violence, trafficking and disappearance of women and girls, and all extreme forms of violence in the entire region. Not all countries of Latin America and the Caribbean recognize femicide, and much less transfemicide and other forms of violence as mentioned. This leaves many victims without access to justice. The labor world is not far from this violence against women and youth, violence and harassment. We demand that the countries in the region, the governments of the countries in the region act on this, and that they include gender violence as a problem of public health, that they recognize and guarantee the investigation and effective punishment of femicides, transfemicides, lesbicides, and violence towards children, as well as its execution as a tentative crime. They must establish mechanisms for access to justice and for the comprehensive repairs to victims in all forms of violence and to their families. Public officials should receive continuous and ongoing training to address these situations of violence, including human rights, gender, intersectionality, interculturality, and anti-racist perspectives. They must ratify and effectively implement the ILO's Convention 190 on violence and harassment at work in relation to violence and harassment in the labor world. Violence against the defenders of human rights is an attack on democracy. Repression, racial profiling, harassment, physical and psychological violence, murders, and restrictions to freedom of association, as well as the closing of public spaces faced by defenders of the earth, the environment of the indigenous peoples, Afro-descendants, unionists, sex workers, the defenders of sexual and reproductive rights, and access to safe abortion in a situation of prostitution, and communicators and journalists, among others. Also, women participating in the political realm and making decisions. We demand that they expand the protection to women that participate in an active political life, the defenders mainly. Gender violence, far from reducing, has increased and has shown its multidimensionality. Femicides, transfemicides, human rights of women, journalists, and communicators, guaranteeing their life and personal safety. The Beijing Platform for Action did not include digital violence and algorithms. As a result of the expansion of technologies and means of communication, we have seen harassment, sexual abuse online, such as grooming, cyber harassment, and cyber stalking. We urge the governments to guarantee infrastructure, devices, and adequate technologies that can allow their full integration to social, political, and economic life to all women in all their diversity and life cycle, including rural or disabled women. Digital spaces free of discrimination and without violence. There is a debt with sexual and reproductive rights. Abortion is still criminalized and remains in the criminal code in many countries of the region, even in the case of girls who have been victims of rape or incest. Teen pregnancies, adolescent forced pregnancies, together with child marriage or child unions, are detrimental practices still very frequent and naturalized, with the state as an accomplice. A lack of access to health services, legal abortion, HIV, and other STDs. Legal abortion, safe and free, as well as contraceptive methods and the prevention of forced sterilization. These increase the risks in girls and adolescents.
As well as the lack of access to sexual and reproductive rights with intercultural relevance in the traditional and ancestral practices of indigenous peoples. We request that governments in the region to guarantee sexual and reproductive health and right policies to eliminate early motherhood and reduce maternal mortality. Depenalize abortion, free access to contraceptive methods, and comprehensive sexual education with intercultural, traditional, and ancestral relevance based on evidence. To guarantee respect for the lay state. 30 years after Beijing, the unjust, extractivist, and monopolistic development model and the structural conditions of inequality and poverty that sustain it are having a devastating impact on the lives and comprehensive health of millions of women, youth, adolescents, and girls in the region. These, together with the state violence, parastate violence, and rejection to politics, has created migration. Migratory feminization takes place under labor conditions which are without social protection. We request the governments to promote economic integration with guaranteed labor rights and social protection for the diversity of women and youth. Implement policies that address the needs of for the protection against trafficking for sexual exploitation and child labor. 3 decades after Beijing, we urge governments to address Beijing's debts and challenges now. No excuses, no delays. Thank you. Thank you, Catalina Esmeralda Soto Carrillo, for reading this manifest.
Queremos
I would
agradecer
like
también
to thank the civil society called upon by the NGO Association Committee, Congo LAC. And we will now ask Mariana Mancilla for the reading of the feminist networks and organizations before the 66th Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean. Mariana, please. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity and for staying so long. The framework of the 66th meeting of the Executive Committee of the Women in Latin America and the Caribbean, we, feminist movements of Latin America and the Caribbean, will salute 30 years of fight after the fourth conference on women and Beijing Action Platform. We celebrate the progress. Without them, my generation and younger generation would not be enjoy the rights we have. However, we make a call to urge the meeting of all the commitments undertaken in 1995 to achieve specific progress in areas and topics where still the rights of millions of women are not being met. The capitalistic production forms and the abuse of land and ecosystem and the world we all live. We are aware of the global context with the multilateralism crisis, the unstoppable power of corporations, fundamentalist campaigns against gender from organizations and civic spaces. We are aware of the weakening of democracies, humanitarian crisis forcing massive displacement, armed conflicts, organized crime in Latin America and the Caribbean, but also wars and genocides in the Middle East and in Europe. We are overwhelmed with bombs exploding in hospitals and schools and houses anywhere in the world. Thus, we reaffirm the urgency of defending human rights and building a more fair and inclusive world, a feminist world, the one we can dream of, as discussed in Beijing. Since September, with the Pact for the Future, and during the next year, in celebration of the 30 years of Beijing and the UNGA, we hope ministers, secretariats, and directors of the gender mechanisms in the region are all the defendants of our organizations. And we hope that in your states you will receive our message. We demand from you specific actions to strengthen democratic systems against authoritarianism. We need to guarantee egalitarian participation of all women and all citizens in decision-making processes, thereby expanding and respecting the civic enabling spaces for organizations and civil movements, social movements. We demand states to meet their requirements and to move towards the full exercise of rights of women with intersectional perspective. States should defend with fact and resources gender equality as a good for mankind and should avoid violence against girls and women and all vulnerable population. We urge the strengthening of multilateral spaces to guarantee that human rights are defended against corporate interest and authoritarian processes. We demand mechanisms limiting the power of transnationals on territories, natural resources, public policies, and labor conditions, especially for women. We urge guaranteed access to healthcare services, including sexual and reproductive healthcare. It's a must to stop regulating abortion through the criminal law. We urge systems of universal care with the feminist perspective, recognizing redistributing non-unpaid work by guaranteeing the economic autonomy of women and creating the necessary cultural changes for this transition towards a care society. We reaffirm the right of self-determination, racial justice, and access to basic rights such as land, healthcare, and education for everyone in the planet. We demand states to adopt fiscal and budget policies with a gender perspective by guaranteeing allocation of enough resources to close the inequality gaps and serve the needs of girls, women, and vulnerable people. 30 years after this historic conference, we position ourselves once again vis-a-vis the regional and global challenges with a collective voice to demand UN system and their agencies to double the efforts and commitment to be more creative and effective. And we demand the states the meaning of commitments undertaken, and with that, transformations capable of building a horizon where democracy, justice, equality, and human rights are a reality. Our fights are not just necessary, are fundamental. We will continue to work as a network. You will have here forever, because we know that a better world, it's not only possible, it's undeniable. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Mariana Mancilla, for reading this manifesto. And with this, we adjourned today's activities. Mr. Secretary, the video, we had a technical issue. We will watch that first thing in the morning. Now we have two additional activities. Please stay in the room. The introduction of the year of 50 years of feminism in Latin America and the Caribbean. Reflections after 30 years of Beijing by Gina Vargas. And the head of delegations, so not to you stay here for the book, but there will be a meeting at the Celso Furtado meeting downstairs to the pre-adoption of the draft agreements we have been working on during these couple of weeks, just to make sure that the texts are right. There will be a short meeting led by the VP, and then we will join Gina's in presenting the launching of the book. Thank you and good night.